Hello, amigo. Eagle Gardens one on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 659. I've got a great guest for us tonight. Hopefully, you've had a great day. I know I have. Mr. Colton, you want to tell us how you're doing and where they can find you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Hello, everybody. My name's Colton, or you can find me on Instagram, Colts Mountain. That's COLTS _mountain. And yeah, I'm just excited to be on here and be meeting some people and tell kind of my part of the story or my side. and yeah, so guess we'll just get started. Kind of like when I started smoking. First of all, before I started smoking, I was like really against, because I'm like the youngest of three. I have an older brother and sister. And before I started smoking, I used to steal my sister's cigarettes and hide them from her and break them. And she'd get mad at me, but I didn't want her smoking. And that all lasted till I was up till about 14, and smoked. I was over at my brother's apartment, and he's the oldest of us three. And so his buddies took me on a little car ride around the neighborhood and smoked me out. And I got loaded. I mean, or is it? I was definitely feeling different. I felt like really good. It was like maybe like the first time I felt like really like myself or something. Just like got me right in my zone. And but went back to his apartment and just ate a bunch of ice cream and just watched a bunch of shows, and they all kind of just let me chill. And that was that. Then basically after that was just total 180 from where I was at before. I was just looking to smoke all the time. So that was when, I was like a freshman in high school when I started smoking. And I don't even know what kind of, this is back, let's see, so 24 years ago. So not even sure what kind of bud it was, because like they didn't really like show me it or anything. Just kind of like the pipes and bowls were being passed around in the car, and it was like at nighttime. So I wouldn't have known the difference if they would have told me anyways. So but yeah, there's a lot of like brick weed back then, especially like for the younger guys like me getting into it. I mean, for the most part, I guess, and in my area. And so smoking the brick weed, and then like my buddy's parents friend grew, and they had some like Dutch seeds, stuff. I live like in the central California, about an hour away from Yosemite National Park. And so like nice Sierra Nevada mountains. I'm at like around 3,000 foot elevation at my house. So there's some good herb that comes from around here. I mean, like the Central Valley, the largest, producer in the country, I think, of produce and stuff, basically is, an hour in the other direction from me down in the valley. And so, yeah, just fortunate to have a great climate around here. And so started smoking some good seedless homegrown bud. Not that long after I started smoking, so the brick stuff was only really maybe a couple years, then it really just faded out and you wouldn't really even see it around anymore. Back that'd be like around 2000. Yeah, so I think I started smoking in 1997. So that was like in California when all the medical stuff was, just starting. And so I guess that was a pretty cool time to start. Yeah. And then probably around 17 years old, I moved in with my brother, and I think he might have supplied the plant or something, but we lived in a little trailer and had my first plant on the roof of that thing in like a 5-gallon container. Finished it off. That was pretty cool. And I worked at like a big old hotel, convention center type thing up that we have up here. And there was a dude that came into my house after work, and we both took some rips in the kitchen. And I remember it was just like some good, like really just like some good homegrown green bud. Didn't even have a name or wasn't even really anything special. But I do remember that he hit the floor after taking a hit, and I always kind of laughed at that. That was the only time I've had someone do that. With my garden in particular. And so yeah, this was like a lot of the smoke around then was
Always
like,
found that to be a compliment. Someone hit the floor like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut it.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, and I've always like kind of been, I'm not like a super all natural individual, but I do tend to lean to more natural stuff. And like my grandma, I guess I don't know where I got like my love of like taking care of plants from, but my grandma did used to have me take care of like her garden and her yard and stuff like that. And so from a young age I was planting roses and just different types of bedding flowers and trees and whatnot. And so so it probably might stem from that. So yeah, so smoking a lot of like, yeah, there's like Cincy Star, Trainwreck, some Salmon Creek, the Big Bud. Those were like a lot of the, like the Diesel. A lot of like, there was only like the primary colors back then. I kind of was my analogy for it. Now you have like all these, tertiary or at least secondary and beyond hybrid. So yeah, anyways, that was understandable. But yeah, so it's really just like a few, I mean, at one time, like half a dozen or a dozen varieties that were the ones going around. I'm sure there's more than that, but like, yeah, basically that's it. Like a dozen hype ones, like I said, a few of the ones I mentioned. And yeah, so I don't know where I was going with that, but so after I grew that first plant, then okay, yeah, so then I ended up getting a place with a girlfriend, and I had gotten, and this was when I was like 19, so about 2 years later, and I had gotten in some trouble in between then, and I was on probation, so I couldn't really do anything myself at that time. But she had like 6 plants outside, and I took care of those like they were mine. And man, shoot, after that, it's just been, yeah, 20 plus years, I'd say right around 20, 21 years of actual growing, um, that I've done. Like I said, I do like to, so a lot of organics and stuff. I like to do. Yeah, but we can get back to like that. So to more, I've kind of done a little bit other. I mean, so cannabis, marijuana has always been a like kind of number one in my life. It's really helped me a lot, in a bunch of different aspects. And but I've always been like a real active person, so I've always worked all kinds of different things. I mean, my first job I had when I was 13, selling pizza by the slice. I had a peddler's fair with my buddy. His parents owned a Round Table Pizza, and they had us slinging pizzas by the slice. And so yeah, I've been working at since a real young age. Done a lot of restaurant work in the back, cooking, front house, serving. Then I got worked at a local nursery for a little bit, and I was that was what it was. It was kind of cool seeing how things happened around there. But went from that to tree service. Ran a tree service up in my area for a few years, and then actually got in like a little motorcycle accident and got a blood clot in my hip, and had to take blood thinners for it. And I think the third doctor visit I went to, like as a checkup, he asked me what I did for a living again, and I told him, run a chainsaw, and he looked at me crazy and basically said, "You're stupid. If you cut yourself when you're out there, and it doesn't matter if someone's with you or not, you're on these blood thinners and you'll basically bleed out and die right there." So pretty drastic change in life right there. Kind of like had to do a little career switch, and I was like, right around the time that things were kind of really starting to take off, and just like some storms had hit, big wind storms and big heavy rains that took down some of the oaks we have around here are like shallow rooted, so they fall over if they get snow or too much rain at the wrong time. So there was a lot of work, but I kind of had to step away from it and sell some equipment I had, and get into some other stuff. So I think I went from that to I opened a garden supply store in about 15 minutes away from where I live. There's like about 15 minutes away in another little town, and ran that for a little over 5 years, and it was cool. I guess actually I'll back up a little bit. When I worked at the nursery, I was able to go to the shows because they still had, that was like when they were having these which ones were they? Down like on the Arbor, like in like Oakland, Maximum Yield show, I think they were, something like that. But it was back when like you were still, saying like tomato plant and stuff like that, even though the thousands of people that were at the convention, it wasn't like a smoking convention or anything like that either. It was more of like where all the retail or like all the manufacturers and different people that create products for this industry, go to. And so, but still it was nice because I was able to kind of meet some people and just really want to, just it kind of just kept me in this path. And so but let's see, kind of skipping around, but it's all right, we're not in a rush. Yeah, so even though I'm in California, my county doesn't allow any up till, let's see, like maybe 8 months ago, local casino opened a dispensary. Other than that, this whole time they haven't allowed any commercial cannabis activities. They're fine with people having their personal gardens, so that's really awesome. Fortunate for that. And so, like, after the tree thing, I was kind of, I know I wanted to move more in the direction of like, I guess licensed cannabis or anything as close as I could to it. But I wasn't also willing to really uproot myself and move to another county or another state, just because it's a pretty small town I live in. And growing up in a place like that, you get these relationships with people. And now that I'm a little bit older, guys I went to school with have their own construction companies or their own concrete or plumbing or electrical. And, we can all do our own thing now, and I can really get stuff done in a easy and not that expensive, compared to if you're paying full price. So yeah, I never just, like, my roots are here and kind of wanted to keep them here. And so the closest thing at that time that I figured I could do was open my own garden supply store, because we didn't have any around here. We had the nursery that carried a little bit of stuff, but it was more like a family nursery and stuff like that. So yeah, so I closest thing I could think of was to open a garden supply store specifically for basically the cannabis, and definitely tailored to the people in my area that needed the stuff. And so did that, but just there's not that much. A lot of people in my area are, they just I think a lot right around that time I opened my store, a lot of PG&E had gone up drastically at that point, and whatever the market may be slowing down or whatever, there was like people were shutting down their indoors, and they're just finding it wasn't cohesive for them, and they just throw some plants outside. And when they threw the plants outside, and there's nothing wrong with it, but just kind of the consumers around me were, there's a lot of dry amendments, and a lot of bulk dry amendments, but not bulk enough like they're running the commercial farm where I can even make $100 if I sell them $5,000 worth of product. I wasn't looking for much. So yeah, so that, they're buying, even when I say bulk, it's still, only for like a personal garden, the raw dry ingredients. And so there's not really a big markup in that stuff. And so, yeah, I tried to stick it out, and I did for a little over 5 years, and just kind of had to come to realization that I should be doing something better with my time, I guess. And strangely enough, my county had legalized growing industrial hemp. And so I shut down, and this is all 2000, 2019 is, I was like wrapping up the store, kind of slowly moving out of the building I was in, and starting a hemp CBD farm at the same time, breaking ground on that. My license was for like 50 acres, but I did like 4 acres and spread. I did 3,200 plants, so about 800 plants per acre, and learned another lesson on that one. That was a pretty expensive venture because setting up that size of a farm wasn't cheap. But I don't have any kids. I've had one fiance in my life, and that didn't work out. I never actually tied the knot. And some girlfriends along the way, but for the most part, a lot of time my work takes up a lot of my life, and that's just the way it is. Maybe if so yeah, did that farm. I'll later on, or some other shows, or if anybody's ever interested, there's some stuff on my Instagram, some pictures of the farm and stuff. It was pretty cool, man. But only was able to run that for a year. It was like a beautiful piece of property that hadn't been touched for a long time, and I kind of went in and cleaned the place up, and I don't know what it was, maybe because I leased the property, and I was going to do a 25-year lease. I mean, I wasn't planning on such a short term, but the first year I only signed a year contract, and I was going to do a remainder of 24 years after that. And so, yeah, just long story short, it didn't work out. Just kind of a weird situation. But I do, I have all the equipment to set up another couple acres if the chance does ever come about. But and that's a tough market, and I was so eager to do anything. I really do feel that this, cannabis, hemp, CBD, that it all is helpful for people in all kinds of different ways. And so I'm very passionate about that, and about putting people before me. And if they needed some medicine, and they can have mine, if that's all I have. And I'd be super happy to be able to take care of someone like that. Yeah, so we'll see what happens, but so the CBD industry was pretty crazy, and I probably shouldn't have got into it as fast as I did. I maybe should have just bitten off a little less, just because I ended up producing probably, I don't know, I think there was probably 1.5 tons of CBD biomass, my first year, and that was cool. But there's just little caveats of transporting, and just like it's just like still really weird, and yeah. So but we'll see. You never know. Like the whole,
that's quite the endeavor there. 800 plants, though, man.
No, that was 4 acres and 800 plants per acre, so 3,200 plants. Yeah, I'm kind of I really go like I've never been diagnosed with any kind of ADHD or ADD or anything, but like I think that's why I have a problem maybe with relationships, is because I kind of just really get focused in on stuff. Not that, I mean, not that I'm not caring. So, but yeah. So, um, I really, yeah, I was really chomping at the bit, you know what I mean? And I got some. I mean, I grew some great. I got the some fem seeds. I got some seeds from Beacon Hemp. Um, some like Bubba and some Nueve, and I can't think. I think I got some seeds from like a Blue Forest Farms. I can't off the top of my head. I can't think of. But to where I got a little sidetracked because I'm trying to maybe bring up a few pictures. I could see if I could just kind of show real quick. But yeah, man, it was really cool. It was really cool. And like, so I didn't have, super bunch of money, but I'm very resourceful. And so, and I know I'll probably get all kinds of naysayers or something for this or whatever, but they do a lot of tree work. And there's a big old, well, there's a few, but there's at least one 5 minutes away from me that like the PG&E has all their tree service trucks drop all the stuff there, and they had triple chipped some of this stuff, so it was like really fine. We have really good native soil around here also, and there's a little bit of native soil mixed into it from them scraping up around the yard and kind of collecting it and stuff. So I ended up getting some trucks of that delivered, and I had some other amendments. I threw in like because I as neurotic as it seems, I had spent a whole bunch of money on those seeds, and I really couldn't afford to do like a what would you call it, like sow them right in the ground or anything like that, plant them right in the ground or germinate them right in the ground. And so I had to germinate them and transplant each one from like the little 1 inch or 1.5 inch by 2 inch little plug type deal. Not a plug, they were just like the little trays that I had filled with soil and popped the seeds in. And so transplanted those into 1 gallon containers. So it was crazy, man. Yeah. So there was a lot of hands-on stuff, and maybe if I did it again, I don't know if I would do it that way, but that's how it went down the first time. So it was pretty cool because I had got a bunch of pallets and got some extra ones to tear the planks off of, and had some old fence boards around the yard that I cut to size to patch in all the pallets. And I had a greenhouse it was just like a PVC greenhouse, but it's pretty legit, at least to hold the plastic up, and keep the cold out. That was probably like I think they're about 14-15 feet wide, and this one was like 80 feet long, I'd say. And on both sides I had 2 rows of pallets on the ground, but they had all been fixed up so that they were like solid pieces on the top. You could walk on them really easy and set stuff on them really easy. And so I did that for like drainage and just to kind of keep them up off the ground, because I didn't want any like tap roots or anything going into the native soil while the pots were in that area. And so that was cool because just they stayed in there till maybe about a foot tall. And so right about that size, it was just like a nice sea of green. So that was pretty fun. And I took care of them myself. Um, uh, wasn't too hard. You just got to do it. Um, yeah. And so it was pretty good. We did have um, bad fires in my area. And so probably the last, it was kind of almost horrible. Maybe it's not the perfect word for it, but basically horrible. We had really bad smoke at least the last month of flowering on those things. I don't think the fire was close enough to actually have like ash on the plants, but it's been like that a couple of years ago with all the forest fires around and stuff. So yeah, um, did that, and so that was 2020 is when I had the crop. So um, after that, man, I just with everything else kind of strange around places, I just kind of I've been concentrating on all this success and perceived success for years and years and years. And so I told my brother that for a little while I'm gonna concentrate on just my happiness, because I don't really get to do too much that I enjoy. I mean, I can't say that I enjoy, but I've just really been concentrating on work for past since I was 13, starting at Roundtable. Like I said, I didn't I think high school was like a 6 or 7 year program for me. I dropped out. Well, we can get into that. That was fun. Pretty cool story. Um, so I grew up, just my mom raised me. My parents got divorced when I was young, and so I stayed with my mom. And so I was in welding class. I think it was beginning of sophomore year, and the teacher ended up coming into my welding booth, and I was, I was like I was like the second to the smallest kid in my class my sophomore year. Um, and so I wasn't that that big of a dude. I probably weighed 125 pounds, soaking wet, and my welding teacher was, like this 60-year-old, probably weighed 250 pounds, just this old beefy looking beefy looking guy. And so he came in my welding booth and started freaking out on me, and basically grabbed my shoulder, yanked me out of the booth, and started pushing me around up to the front of his desk, telling me to give him the fucking bag is what he wanted, because he thought he saw a bag somewhere when I was welding. I don't know, it's crazy. So I'm like tripping out because this guy's like 2 times the size of me. The only reason I kind of said that I grew up with my mom is because I never had a male figure in my life tell me what to do. For sure, never had one pushing me around. So I'm like tripping out. I'm like this little kid, And I get up to his desk and he freaking shoves me down in his desk. And I'm like, holy crap, man, this is crazy. So I tell him, hey, man, I got to go to the bathroom, because he's like on the phone with the office and stuff. And he's like, no, don't get up from he pushed me down in his chair at his desk. And so he said, yeah, don't get up. And I, just got eye contact with him. And he's like 10 feet away, and I'm tripping out. So I slowly get up, and he's watching me. And by the time I had to pass him to get out of the classroom, and by the time I pass him, like I hit the double doors, And right as I'm going through it, he grabs my arm and freaking I freaking jerk out of it. And I always laugh when I tell people this, but I don't know if you've ever, when you run so fast, you like literally can't even feel your legs. You're just kind of like floating. So I freaking ran all the way back to the back auto parking lot of the high school, the auto parking, and sitting there just like, oh my, what the heck's going on? What am I going to do? What am I going to do now? I just freaking ran out of class, and the whole class sat there and was watching the whole ordeal go down. And so I went to the office and, asked for my counselor, and just, the first guy I talked to was like, oh yeah, who are you? And I'm like, Colton, and Colton who? And oh yeah, I need to come talk to you, or you need to come talk to me. And so he's like, what's going on? I was like, I don't know. He's just yelling at me to give him the fucking bag, and I don't know what he's talking about. And so he was all like mad at me at first, and I pointed out at my arm because like I had ripped out of his grip so hard that he like gave me Indian burn, from my grabbing so hard. And so yeah, that kind of changed the whole tune of the meeting right there. They went and kind of cleaned me up and stuff. And, I ended up getting suspended from school for 5 days for defiance because I asked to go to the bathroom and he said I couldn't, and I went anyways. So that was that. It was weird, and but when I went back to school, and take it, me and this guy were like so cool. I was like the freaking teacher's pet. You know what I mean? Because like I was learning how to weld, and freaking it was just I it was cool. I was like wasn't like the best, but I did pretty good and would finish my projects early, and would like clean up the shop and just kind of it was just cool. And my desk was right in front of his desk, so I was sitting like 6 feet away from him. And so when I went back to school after I got suspended, I go back to his class, man, and he takes roll, and he just looks at me, and after he takes attendance or roll, whatever you want to call it, he's like, hey, I need to talk to you outside. And I'm like, all right. So I go out, and he's like, hey, we both know what happened that day. I'm like, man, I don't know what you were talking about. And it was like, so it's really awkward because all the other teachers was now. So that was crazy. So I ended up going on homeschool, basically having to work 2 jobs. By the time I was like 16, I was opening a kitchen in the morning, and getting off that shift like around 2:30, 3:30. I worked with this older cook, and like he used to have some homegrown bud, and it was cool because this is freaking 18 years ago or something. So he would give me like an ounce of bud, of pretty good green bud, to let him get off early, like an hour early. He'd give me like a half ounce, just depending on how bad he wanted to get out of there. So I'm like, go for it, man. I don't care. So that was cool. It was like an extra bonus. And then I'd get off there, and then I'd go back to work at like the movie theater from like 5:30 till like 11:30 or something like that. And then do it all again the next day. And I did that for a while, and so I was doing that, and I wasn't really doing my homework and stuff, and so I went to school. I was going like once a week to turn in my homework and talk to the teacher and maybe do a test or whatever they have you do. And she just got to the point where she was like, hey, you should just probably drop out because you're working so much and you're not doing your homework. And I'm still a minor. I'm still not 18, and I'm highly influential. And I'm like, my teacher is telling me to drop out of school. Yep, peace out. I ain't staying here. My teacher's the one telling me, come on. So I did that, but I ended up going back and I mean, why drop out like in freaking 11th grade, man? Come on, you do all that to drop out. So I ended up going and actually getting my diploma and not my GED. Just if anything, just for myself, honestly. It wasn't really anything that I had to do it for. So that was cool, but I got it done. It, you know, I turned in my senior project a week late, and I thought it was really cool because at the time it was about like someplace in Europe that was doing for diabetics. They were giving people tattoos in a certain layer of their skin. I don't think it was a normal layer of a tattoo; might have been a couple layers, like in the third layer instead of the fifth, or something like that. Maybe I don't know if that even makes sense or what, but they would give them this tattoo, and they'd wear a watch over it. And when their blood sugar got low, the ink would had the watch was able to pick up something that the ink was doing. And so I did this badass report, and I actually felt like I learned something and like I could teach someone about, this cool technology that might be happening. I mean, that's pretty big for diabetics, I would imagine. And I turned it in a week late, even though the teachers, the last week of school, they've already had all the grades done. They're basically sitting there waiting like you are for it to be done. And so she thumbs through my senior project, maybe read 10 words of it. I don't know. It's like 10 pages or something. It could have said really nasty stuff about anybody I wanted to in the middle, and she wouldn't have ever known. Anyways, she literally thumbed through it right in front of me. She goes, I'll give you a C+. I wanted to pass. So I'm like, cool. All right. But it's still like, man, that kind of stuff's kind of crazy. So I don't know if I'd send my kid to public school, but my experience with public school was pretty horrible. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, so got my diploma. Let's see, growing wise, I haven't like done it all, but I've tried my hand at a few different techniques and medias, and I've ran like rock wool only, I think maybe 2 or 3 times, like in flood and drain trays, like a 6x6 cube. That was back actually with what I knew was like the purple Kush, and I think from what I can, put together is what they are calling the SR71. SR71 purple Kush. So man, that stuff, if I could get my hands on that, I loved it. So did that, some rock wool. I'm not one of these guys that really gets a recipe, and if it's not broke, don't fix it type of thing. Might be to my fault, but things usually turn out okay. But yeah, I like experimenting. I like doing different stuff. I got into the deep water or recirculating deep water culture for a few runs, built my own system. I mean, that was something. It was crazy. I mean, I had indoor stocks on the plant that were, as big as some outdoor plants I've seen. You could literally almost watch your plants grow. I'm not joking, like insane growth. If you ever have a chance to check out a well-functioning deep water culture system, And I think I could do it all right. If anybody needs any hinters, I could at least throw out, the ones I know. But yeah, that was awesome. And it was pretty cool too, because like playing with your parts per million and stuff is just crazy watching the plants. You could literally watch the plants suck up the nutrients because you'd go to your reservoir the next day or whenever, hours later, whatever, and you could see that your ppms have dropped because the plants are freaking eating that stuff. You know what I mean? It was cool. It was fun, but I don't have like some big ginormous indoor or anything, so kind of you really want some room for those plants to grow, because they will grow. Then like you got to worry about I even had like 1-inch tubes going, which isn't that big. I know like current culture does, I think like 3-inch or 4-inch tubes running from the sites, the bucket sites, and I had only done like a 1-inch tube. And you would get these roots that would grow through the tube, and you'd have to go through there and freaking cut it and pull it all the way out of the, I'm not talking 3 feet, it's going all the way 3-4 feet all the way to the next bucket site. And oh man, it was fun though. I would definitely like to mess around with that again. Not the best at like, I'm not the best at a lot of the bottled nutrient like in soil. I've never tried any cocoa mix in like a, the cocoa way. I've had pretty good luck with, I guess I'd say almost originally what I started with. Also somewhere in all this stuff, I would hang out with like older guys that were kind of doing their thing, and I was like the little grunt and stuff like that, doing all the shitty work, but I was able to peep game back in the day when it was more of a coveted thing, when definitely people weren't talking about it. And, probably not really teaching too many people either, because that's their bread and butter, I guess, or whatever. Just depends on how cool they are. But yeah, so I was able to be around different scenes and kind of learn stuff, and I would always pay attention. And so I learned how to make like a good little super soil. Because these guys, I mean, there was grow stores back then, but it's like those stories where you hear where like you would park your car 5 blocks away from the grow store to go buy a grow lamp or something, because the detectives and stuff are freaking following people back to their spots and stuff. So like a lot of well, these guys anyways, like I say, they're going to Home Depot and getting different bags of soil or types of soil mixes that they would, in perlite and peat moss and stuff, and going back and blending their own mixes and doing like a straight water. And so I did I ran that type of mixture a lot. That was kind of my thing, and just would water with the hose. And I always had one buddy that never believed it, man. He always thought I was lying to him, but he's the same guy that asked me if I had a seatbelt on my motorcycle, so I didn't really care too much about what his opinion was. But yeah, well, we didn't have chat. Where's the chat at, Eagle? Let me see here.
Well, you'd have to bring up YouTube, and then that's where the chat is at there in the YouTube side of things.
Yeah, so, I probably won't do that.
I'm looking at this. Mine's pretty shitty too. uh, I'm looking at your hemp fields here, brother, and what I'm kind of wondering out of like 3,200 hemp plants, what kind of phenol expressions did you see? A wide variety from the same seed stock? I mean, when we think of hemp, you know what I mean? I would think as a farmer, you know what I mean, that was gonna risk it all, you know what I mean, because there's such a fine line, what is acceptable, what isn't, you know what I mean, that the stock would have to be all pretty fucking consistent. So with that being said, did you see a lot of consistency? Did you see a lot of phenotype variant? What's 3,200 hemp plants look like, my friend?
So the seeds I got from Beacon Hemp, um, they're female or feminized. So it was the Bubba Kush, and so there's a few. So, but the Bubba Kush was, man, those things were pretty dang uniform and stable. Short, stocky, Bubba looking plants. I mean, it was crazy. I don't know how many. There should be a photo of a Bubba on there. Just, I mean, it's really crazy because I mean, it's like if you didn't know it was hemp, it's a freaking nug. I mean, it's you know what I mean. If you didn't know it was hemp, you would have to smoke it, basically to know the difference or something. I mean, the texture of it a little bit was maybe a little bit different. Maybe it seemed like I don't know if that was strain specific, but maybe like the CBD trichromes are a little bit drier, sandier feeling or something compared to like, I wouldn't say it was too like greasy. But yeah, so those Bubbas were very uniform. And then like the Nueves, those ones didn't get as big. That was like the last plot that I planted, and I think the part of the property that I planted them, maybe the ground needed just a little bit more work or something. I put not enough. I didn't put enough plants per acreage. If I was to do it again, I would put 1,600 plants at least. I would, or yeah, at least 1,600 plants per acre, and you'd be fine. And you know, I kind of was like thinking, oh, I can grow some big old monsters and I don't have to plant a whole bunch, because I think they say, it's like probably some of these seed companies would tell you 1,500 to 2,500 plants per acre or something like that. But like I had put them in the gallon container to start them, and I was trying to get a little, earlier start by doing that and trying to grow some bigger plants. But yeah, so it was just the Bubbas probably turned out, they were, 4 to 5 feet, maybe a little over 5 foot, but like 4 to 5 feet tall, finished, and probably take two people to holding hands to go around one. They're nice little stocky plants. Yeah, the Nueves, those ones didn't grow that well, and I didn't really see all those seeds were from Beacon were really uniform. The guy Nick does some pretty good work, and yeah, I mean he's like not messing around. And you know, if you are selling seeds that aren't what people are looking for, you're not going to last that long.
So
And
do you mind if I show or share a picture of the Bubba there from your Instagram?
yeah, sure.
She's pretty flower, man, for him, man. It's, you know,
Great.
that's pretty in my, I wouldn't expect it from him. It's a good looking flower right there. I don't
That's
know
what
if
I'm
you can see
saying.
what we're sharing, but it says Bubba Hemp. Uh, got a purple tinge to it. She's pretty, you know.
Uh,
Got some nice stripes there. That's a pretty flower for him. I would have never guessed, to be honest with
Thank you.
you. Well, I gotta tell you though, man, that them kind of numbers, I don't. You do really would. I don't see how you would have anything time to do anything else. To me, I'm honestly looking through I look through those pictures and I'm like, that's just waking up, rolling a pocket full of pouch, basically a pouch full of doobies, grabbing some water and walking the fields,
Yeah.
fucking
So
all day, just
yeah,
and
a
checking
prop
that shit.
that was a property I was renting or leasing, whatever you want to call it. And I borrowed a little travel trailer, a little not even a travel trailer, a little pop-up trailer from a friend of mine. And I had that out there, and me and my dog would sleep out there, and I'd get up early in the morning and do my watering and stuff. But man, like, I mean, it's not, I like that kind of stuff anyway. So it wasn't like really a hardship on me, you know? So it's cool. I'm lucky I didn't, you know, uh, I was getting ready to put like a big old shop up for like a processing facility on that property, you know, because I eventually wanted to buy the place from them, but I don't know if they saw the glimmer in my eye once I knew what I was going to do with that property, and they realized, oh wow, this is you know, this is a, because they kind of, I think they got it for like a really good deal, and it's whatever. But then they realized the value in it after I kind of showed them. It's all good though, man. And so yeah, so kind of just back to real quick, like I told my brother I was just gonna, you know, invest in my own happiness for a little while, a year or two, three, whatever, you know, just kind of, I need to like do a reset, you know what I mean? I feel like, and just kind of, yeah, just kind of chill back and go on hiatus for a second, you know, really, before I lose my mind. But
I respect that, man. I really can.
yeah, and like I have some hype strains right now. Being, you know, a few buddies of mine, my little crew, my little network. What I've always, or yeah, basically, you know, you're always like, you want to grow what people are looking for, and you know, that's always just kind of been the route I chose. You know, I mean, however it worked out, and so you know, for all the reasons above, just like it's kind of cool because I'm just kind of worried about myself in a way right now, and like so just kind of doing my own creations. Not that I'm not worried about other people, but you know, like I'm gonna grow some plants that maybe people aren't looking for, maybe I'm interested in right now. And so, and I'm not, by all means, I'm not uh whatever, you know, I'm not like some seed propagator or this or that, but I am watching some of the stuff that's going down. And man, I've, you know, 20 plus years is something basically in this industry, you know what I mean? And I can't just look down on that, you know, and let watching all this other stuff go down, let it get my motivation down, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I feel like I do. That's why I'm happy to get on here and be able to, because nothing happens around in my town, and it's kind of like hush hush, weird little cowboy town type conservative stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get to talk to that many people. I don't go to sessions. I don't have time to do that much, you know, between different projects. And so, but I like to hear your guys's, you know, yours and your guests' ideas, and hoping you guys accept some of mine, or can maybe give some people some stuff to think about, you know, because like I said, I do think that my experience might mean something. I mean, shoot, man, you know, why wouldn't it? Why not? You know, everyone should. So, but yeah. So, and you're in Michigan.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, sir. Michigan, northern, pretty semi-northern, I guess. I'm about 3/4 of the way, maybe a little heavier up the way. But yeah, love Michigan. Definitely a bunch of good community, a good community here, in my opinion.
And you've been out there for this might be a stupid question. Have you ever done like a interview of yourself, or like one of these things for like yourself? I haven't like looked back that far. I feel kind of bad. Maybe I shouldn't even be asking that question. I should just answer it myself. But you know,
There's been a couple. I've never let's see here. Michigan
you
Rose Grow Show,
know,
first one, was the one that kind of got me in front of the camera and kind of got me to tell my story a little bit.
cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'd be interested in, you know, an Eagles story.
Episode 2, I believe. But yeah, there's a lot more to what I laid down there, but you know, I, I don't think it'll ever come out, to be honest with you, the full story.
I like that sticker. You see it?
Hell yeah.
Trimming sucks.
So as far as like in value of you know what we do in our stories and stuff, I like to think that everybody's story has some value, no matter what. You know,
Yeah.
there's lessons in successes and there's lessons in falls. You know what I mean? One of my mentors, Jim Rohn, used to say the very same thing about what you'd call successes, man. You can look at a rich man and you can take notes from him. What'd you do right? What'd you do right? But you can look at a broke motherfucker too and be taking notes. I don't want to do that. ain't doing that shit. So there's lessons everywhere you look, my friend.
Oh, man, and like you aren't gonna keep me down, man. And so like I'm just like, okay, that's one more step towards success, because you know, you look at I don't watch like a whole bunch of motivational videos, but I've seen a couple, or like people that are successful, and like they fail a lot, you know what I mean? They have big failures, and that's like the number one thing they can say is like get back up and keep on going, you know what I mean? And like it's just a lesson learned. It's not, you know, I mean, as long as you're able to keep on still going, then you know, just try not to make the lessons as expensive as expensive maybe as I have, you know. So I'll watch out a little bit there. But like I said, I don't have any kids, and I don't have a wife or a girlfriend. So I'm, you know, not that that kids are awesome, all that. But and both my brother and sister have kids, and my brother adopted. He has his own biological, and they adopted two premature biological twins, a boy and a girl. And so, you know, they're all cool. But yeah, that's not myself. So, you know, people look at me and they're like, man, you do this and you do that or whatever, like with money. And I'm like, man, you guys don't understand. Like, I'm really good at budgeting because I grew up with not a lot of money, hence why I work so much, because there wasn't much at home, you know, feeding and clothing myself and stuff. And so I'm really good at budgeting. And if I work really hard and I budget really good, there's no reason why I shouldn't have stuff or shouldn't be able to go try business ventures. Because I mean, man, you look at people with kids and I don't know how much money they spend, you know, like, come on now, you know? So I'm not like rich or do anything crazy. I don't have, you know, it's just, like I said, I'm good at budgeting and I work my butt off, and that's about it. And I don't really like, I love buying tools and freaking you know, different things like that. I don't like buy too, like, that's enjoyable for me. That's like, you know, I can't say I don't buy stuff that is unenjoyable or something, because that is the stuff that I enjoy. I enjoy buying a good table saw or chop saw, or, you know, I got all kinds of little hobbies, you know, so that's pretty cool. Yeah.
As I listen to your story, we have a lot of common in that kind of area there. I'm a terrible tool junkie, as anybody that's worked with me in the trades will know. I always look at that shit as an investment in me. If I can make my job faster and easier, I am down 100%.
Yeah.
And that's the way I look at it. As you know, I've always worked for myself, man. It's that counts, man. Your time counts. If you can, like I said, make it easier and faster. Fuck. Every time, every job, every tool, you've made yourself more and more of a success, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And more
Yeah.
versatile.
Yeah. And then, like I said, like kind of where I started, like when I first got on, is like, I don't know what it is, man, but I just love doing stuff and different things. And so yeah, I find myself doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And like lately, I'm a really, you know, believe it or not, some of you viewers out there, I'm a really giving person. And like, man, if I could just get myself in the position, you know, financially or with the roof over my head, whatever, to like where I could just give my whole life, well, sign me up. But that probably isn't going to happen. But anyways, when I can, I like to give. And so lately, like my friend opened a juice bar, or he had a juice bar, but he moved it to a different location, and he started cooking hot food and stuff like that. So I built in this cool little like little box that has the name of this restaurant like carved out, but it's backlit with these little string lights that change the different colors, and it kind of like glows. And so I did that for them, and had a longtime good friend moved to Nevada, and so I made her kids same type of deal with their name for their bedrooms, just gifts. I got like like I find myself doing stuff where I'm like, what the heck am I doing? You know, I got like I don't know, 3 hours into this thing right now, and whatever, in the materials and stuff like that. And it's a gift for some guy on Instagram that I don't even know, but he was cool enough to send me some stickers. And when he sent me the stickers, he sent me this little homemade knife that he made. And so I was like, oh, that's pretty badass, you know? And I think he even called it like a little clone cutter or something like that. But it's a nice little freaking sticker, man, or nice little knife. Yeah. And so So I said, hey man, I want to do something for you. No, I always see him online offering like, hey man, if anybody wants these lighters, and he's not even like some big old company. He's just some cool guy, you know, from up north. And so I've been working on this like a little sign. I'll show you real quick. Yeah, it's made out of like a
badass, man.
Cedar round.
Wow.
The brand.
Nice.
Yeah, so and there's like the little Humboldt County thing right there. And I hope he likes it. I don't know, like he just told me the name and he doesn't even, it's not even like actual brand yet. Maybe, I don't know. And so I hope he doesn't mind him showing this on here. But, and so I don't know. So I kind of had to make it all up. And I know that he's like into hunting and stuff. Hence kind of like these little like target lines around the county line and stuff. But I think it's backwards on the computer, or maybe not. But Humboldt, yeah. So pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, like, just, why not, man? Like, he was cool enough to send me something extra when I just asked for a sticker. So, like, heck yeah, man.
Super cool. I think, craft stuff like that kind of go like a little bit with our cannabis. We spend so many hours, in our gardens, going over our plants, total hours into a crop, you know what I mean? No way reflects in flower. And the same thing goes with the projects like that. Like you said, man, hours probably laying it out, then, gouging, carving things out, coloring it in, finishing it. Finishing don't happen overnight. You got multiple coats, sanding in between, and then you turn around and you know what I mean. There's no you're just appreciative that somebody loves it. You know what I mean? The money's kind of a bonus. You're more or less happy that somebody's got some value in what you did. Yeah, I don't know if that's the same for you.
Yeah, that's just the total gift. There's no money involved in that. So I hope he does like it. Yeah. But all those gifts, all those like those little signs I said I've been making and stuff. I mean, fuck man, I probably could have sold them for a couple $100 a piece, honestly, but it didn't really cost me much. I'm creative. I can take lumber is pretty expensive right now, but other than that, whatever. So it's cool. Like I said, man, like that's not to sound all cheesy or whatever, but that's like the stuff that warms my heart. You know what I mean? Like, so that's cool. Yep. So, yeah. So,
I 100% agree, man. I 100% agree. Like I kind of said a little bit earlier, man, we have a lot of parallels. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen myself, woodworking, and I cut trees for a living, tree surgeon as well. So there's a lot of cool parallels we got here, brother. I don't know for you, but as far as like the cooking transition, I was like, the beautiful days got to me. And at one point I was like, fuck this kitchen. I got to be out there. And that was the end of, cooking. I still appreciate it, but man, fuck being in that kitchen, man. That's where I see that.
Yeah, definitely. And then just trying other stuff too, I guess, for me, And then once it's hard too, once you work for yourself, man, it's hard for other people. Whew. Not that, I mean, I'm a great worker. That's either way, whether it's for myself or for someone else, you know what I mean? I'm going to be a good worker, but yeah, actually so I've been kind of doing like construction and stuff on the side, just picking up a little side work when I need it, not too much. But I was doing concrete for I did like 6 months or something, right around there, maybe 8 months or something. Um, I kind of got hired on as like a fill-in position to run some equipment. And I ended up doing a lot of other like form work, and might be a picture on my Instagram, dude. Like there's really, really pretty cool stuff. But it wasn't really what I was hired to do. And, I didn't want that much responsibility. And so I wasn't looking for that many hours either. It went from like a fill-in kind of job to where I'm working 40, 50 hours a week. And I was like, man, I'm, and like the boss is starting to really depend on me almost and stuff. And I'm like, not really what I'm wanting right now. So that kind of sucked. I would have liked to keep on going a little bit with that, but just not the right time for me right now anyways. But that was some pretty fun stuff. Yeah. So I've done a lot. I did, roofing probably when I was like, maybe around 15 or something like that. The first roof I worked on was like a 24 and 12 A-frame. And I was the gopher packing all the shingles up there. That was pretty fun. Yeah. 24 and 12, people don't know what that means. It's like every 12 inches it goes over horizontal, it goes 24 inches vertical. So that's your pitch. So it's the roof was like an A-frame, like, so I'm walking on like 2x6s. I think they had like these little witch hooks or something they called, that they put on the side. And so you're like walking on the side and you're basically touching the roof right here, walking on these little boards, packing shingles. That was fun, Got into like a couple beehives and stuff, have them chasing you like on the ridge of the roof. So, but yeah, shoot, yeah, a little bit of construction. And I don't know exactly where I'll go from here. Kind of nice having options, I guess. I can go full time with construction. I could probably go back to that concrete gig because I left on good terms. I just, told boss that I kind of had to go finish up some stuff that I needed to complete. And so it's all good. So we'll see. Mm-hmm. Not too sure.
So I'm curious, we kind of always heard, the old video killed the radio star. Did recreational kill the grow store?
Yeah, for some reason there's people that really like to go to dispensaries for some reason. That maybe the convenience of it or something. And strange enough, maybe it's just because I'm not around enough people like in my community. Excuse me, there's just not enough of us in my community. But kind of feel awful for saying this, and I'm not like, but I just realized that there wasn't as many people as passionate, and there wasn't enough people as passionate about the plant as I was. And, I just, whether I was lying to myself for the first 5 years, trying to just, it's going to work, whatever. But like when people, and like I said, I have no problem. I use dry amendments in certain scenarios, but when people aren't really, they're just, Budweiser, palette or something, I mean, they don't. I realized that I was a lot more passionate than I ever knew. It kind of helped me realize that, and like I gave people really good deals, and it's like it was just crazy, man. It'd be weird because it was like the wrong time. You know, a lot of the hydro shops or grow stores, whatever you want to call them, a lot of them were getting consolidated. They're getting bought out. If they're big enough to actually be a contestant, then they're going to be probably made an offer by a bigger company that's going to want to buy them out. You know what I mean? I see a lot of consolidation in that market, you know. And I feel sorry for a lot of like this. Then if you're not big enough to really even be considered a competitor, they're probably just going to run you to the ground, you know. Might sound weird, but I know a guy just opened a grocery store, you know, near me, and he was like, "Man, I wish I could have got a hold of you before I opened this place because I had some questions to ask." And I was like, "Man, I really wish you would have too, because I would have told you not to do it." You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know, it's probably not going to work, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I would have told you what I put into it, and you know, never paying myself for 5 years of freaking 5 years of 5 days a week going to work and not getting paid. Crazy. You know what I mean? Like, can't do it again. It's just, yeah, so insane. So, yeah, I had like a big company mess with me. Wild. I had to like take this company basically almost to court. Like, we had attorneys and stuff like that. And I ended up basically winning the case, but it was one of those pay to prove that you're right type of freaking things. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and like in business, customer is always right for the most part. You know what I mean? Unless they're completely wrong. But in business, that's how business should go. You know what I mean? And so I'm just bigger companies, customers. That's all I am. I'm buying stuff from them to sell to my customers, you know? So I would have thought that they would have had some kind of freaking, you know, they would have wanted to not transpire what happened, you know what I mean? But yeah, they didn't care about me, and I saw that, and like I had to, like I said, you know, prove my innocence, and like that I didn't do anything wrong, and that is basically like a screwy salesman that did stuff he wasn't supposed to do. But that was all on my dime. And like that left a real nasty taste in my mouth with that type of stuff. Yeah. And so, yeah, a lot of these businesses are getting consolidated by the bigger ones, and then the smaller guys are shutting down. I know that this dude that just opened his shop, he's been having a heck of a time getting orders in. And so it's like, but yet you can go on the internet and order the same stuff that he's not being able to stock. So it's like this whole game that these bigger guys are playing, and you know, everybody loves the internet, and it's convenient and stuff, and you know, it is a thing. It's here, it's now. I don't think it's ever leaving, or I know it's never leaving. But people don't understand that, man. Like, once you shut down all those mom and pop shops, and that you become dependent on mail-in orders, well, supply and demand, baby. Watch the prices go up, because that's the only place you can get it, unfortunately. So yeah, but he's getting like screwed with. I'm watching on the orders, and I think it's intentional. Clear. I mean, honestly, I do. You know what I mean? Business is dirty, man. Like, it's a dog eat dog world, and if you don't believe that, then you probably shouldn't be in business, because whether that's how you live your life, you have to know that's how other people act. I'm a godly man. I was raised with religion in my life, and I'm almost 40 years old. And it was only up until about 3 years ago that I realized I came across like the ultimate investor business opportunity in this whole thing. Just what I thought I was looking for. these people had a license and they needed someone to do better than what was happening at the time. And anyways, long story short, they told me, and I don't mean like, I'm not going to think less of people that don't believe in a God or whatever, or religion or anything like that. But it just struck me really strange because these people like had really good money and they were cool and everything, but they told me we don't believe in God. Like, I believe in God, and that's probably what has if I didn't believe in God, man, that's I have morals and all that stuff. I believe because of that. So if I didn't believe in God, I treat people right because I believe in God. Um, so when they told me they didn't believe in God, it, I'm saying, I was 35 years old or something when I heard this, and for the first time in my life, I go, whoa, there's people out there in the world that it just kind of like made me realize that, like, wait a minute, I believe in God and that's how my business practice will kind of be, but they just told me they don't. So I should now understand that that's how their business practice is going to be, right? And it scared the crap out of me, and it really made me realize, like, wow, I need to watch my butt because, maybe everything's not all happy freaking like I would hope it would be. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but, and like, not that just because you don't believe in God, I'm not going to want to do business, but maybe it was just like in the pretext that they said it or however it went down, but gave me like an eerie feeling, like, I mean, I believe one day that, you will be judged. And if there's people that don't believe that they'll be judged, then holy crap, watch out, because wow, they might hurt you. So I don't know how I got there, but yeah. So
No, I was telling a potential guest today, he was talking about, well, I want to sit down and, basically put myself some cliff notes so I don't, kind of ramble off. And I'm like, dude, some of the best stuff comes from the rambles, to be honest with you, including the path you just went down. So, I appreciate it. I appreciate what you just said. There's a lot of truth to it.
Yeah, and I don't have, like I said, I don't really, I'm like, whatever, I'm a whatever floats your boat kind of person, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really, I'm not a judgmental person. I hope no one judges me, you know. They can call me out, but I hope they don't judge me for my actions. And so, but yeah, it just really surprised me. So, but yeah, so over the years I've been doing a lot of clone growing, all the name brand cool stuff. Always a little skeptical of doing seeds, especially regular seeds, because the phenotypical expressions that you're going to get, and there are, might have slight differences in looks in the same variety, which isn't going to help. So now that I'm kind of just relaxing and not really worried about too much, like, I started some seeds, some cool different seeds, and I really just kind of want to mess around with that, and I don't know, find something that I'll stick with for a while. You know what I mean? Something that I'm kind of like I like the gassier, earthy terps. I kind of like that. I had a mochi cut for a little bit that had like a like a good coffee grounds terp profile. and I think there's like a Green Source Gardens on Instagram, and they have a variety, and they're actually going to release it soon, I believe, for the first time, of their coffee, spelled with a K, so I don't know, but I'd be interested in that because I kind of like that kind of bold nose to it. So yeah, that'd be pretty fun. I'm doing
So
some
we kind of took. I was just gonna ask you, man. We took off a little quickly there. What are you smoking on tonight?
oh, I'm smoking on some of last year's outdoor watermelon Skittles. I was giving it to as a watermelon Skittle, the plant. Yeah, I think I did like 2 plants of it, and uh 2 different parts of the yard. And this is like the part of the yard that I didn't like. But I'm running low here. I'm running low, Eagle. I need some pretty fresh smoke here pretty soon. But yeah, I'm doing like a little light dep project right now, so I'll have some fresh smoke here hopefully pretty soon if everything goes right. But yeah, I don't know. My picture is good on this thing. I can't.
You're getting better than I would. That's for sure. The cameras are so tough to get to focus. I don't
It's
know
not,
why they just won't work with it.
yeah, it's nothing to show off. I mean, it's not bad at all. It does the trick. It's gotten a little dark because it's 8 months old or whatever, but you know, it's not bad. It does the trick for now. It's just uh I've been smoking it since harvest, and so it's like um I'm ready for I'm ready for a little something new. So switching up the varieties every once in a while. But
Fixing the roll myself.
yeah, so I got some red velvet runts from Lit Farms. Have you heard of Lit? Yep, the
Yeah.
Lost in Translation. Um, they're pretty cool. The beans were popped like no more than 2 weeks uh, behind the first rotation, and but the plants are so I don't know. I feel like plants that were, and I don't even know how the Lit Farms produce these seeds, but um, I I think like seeds that are grown or produced hydroponically, kind of like maybe would be better grown out hydroponically, and seeds that were like made in like maybe like an organic type soil or soil media maybe would be better like that. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's just me. I don't have the most experience with it, but it just kind of seems like when you're getting seeds, maybe it might be something to pay attention to. You know what I mean? Because it seems like these have like a little bit slower start. So I don't know how they're created. I don't know how. So I'm running some seeds from Lit Farms. I'm running some from Surfer Seeds. It's got the Tropicana cookies times Trophy Wife. and some from Sin City Seeds. The Alpine Guava, which is it's like a guava nightmare. I don't know. They're the white nightmare from Sin City Seeds is pretty legit. I had a buddy that did it a couple years ago. So we'll see how those go. Then I got like actually, let's see what else. Some vanilla gelatos. gelato, everything gelato. But yeah, whatever. It's good. That's why it's around. So vanilla gelato, and then I got like a little freebie pack. I don't even know if it had the company name on it, but of the guava gelato. Yeah, so I have like a guava nightmare, which is called Alpine. Crap. I lost it. I got all mixed up, man. I got a lot of different varieties. The Alpine, what I say it was, crap. I can't. Brain flutter, but yeah. So a few different kinds of those. That's pretty cool. And then Point Break, yeah. Yep, we'll see.
That's quite a few. That's quite a few to have going all at once. That's a nice little library. Cheers on that.
Yeah. So I think all except for the Point Breaks by Surfer Seeds, the rest of them were female. So I was able to just be, I didn't have to like pop a whole pack and pick out the, not be sure how many I'm going to end up with type of pop extra type deal. I mean, I was able to kind of just pop the ones that I needed. So yeah, we'll see though. But yeah, it's all I've grown indoor. I've grown in like little tunnel hoop stuff, not like full on greenhouses, like nothing automated or anything like that. So so just kind of like a little tunnel structure, indoor and outdoor. They're all kind of have their own little little perks or little, it's kind of cool being in the greenhouse in the middle of the night with the cover pulled and you got lights and you're working and it's night, all it's full on night outside and you're in there just working away, kind of like how it is with the indoor, but it's kind of cool like in a greenhouse scenario because I've never even like been into like a huge indoor operation. You know what I mean? For me, like a biggest inside operation, I'd consider like a covered greenhouse that has lights on. You know what I mean? Because you're not like technically outside. So that's always like cool. I mean, it's just kind of fun. Out straight outdoors, like full season stuff is pretty fun. Grow some big old plants, kind of old school grower, I guess maybe call it, because like the whole plant count thing. So for the guys that have been growing for a while, is like, and you stuck to like a plant count because you're fortunate enough to have like a county that was cool enough to give you that you learn to grow bigger plants because like they didn't say how big the plant could be, they just said how many you could have. And so kind of keeping that spirit going. I mean, I see a lot of this new commercial, recreational, whatever, licensed cannabis, growing. And there's nothing wrong with that. I totally understand why they're doing it, but growing a million plants instead of some bigger ones and stuff. And like I said, I understand why they're doing it. But it's I mean, there's nothing like watching something grow twice as tall as you in one season. You know what I mean? It's insane. Um, so everyone should do it at least once in their life. Quite the experience.
I completely agree, brother. I mean, that's why I kind of asked you about the recreational and the growth thing, because I have seen since recreational has been around me, almost a good portion of the growth source around me kind of fold up. And I think in a lot of ways, that cuts a lot of people off for the most genuine thing. I heard you mention earlier, you don't find people are as passionate about the plant as you are. And I think I think that's 100% because they've never tried to actually cultivate the plant, to be honest with you. I've said a million times, there's a lot of power, there's a lot of medicine to it, but I think the greatest medicine of it actually comes from the cultivation side of it. Being in your room, spending time with your plants. There's something about just being able to, the can do attitude. You know what I mean? I can do this. You know what I mean? It gives you that, you know, gives you that energy from head to toe. You know what I mean? And when it comes down to your medicine, that's an even stronger healing power. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people are actually, by going to the dispensaries, are robbing themselves not only of a great experience, but a spiritual experience as well. Because as you stumble and fall in the garden, you tend to stumble as you're learning of what you're doing wrong in your garden. You're kind of going, well, I see the parallels in life here. You know what I mean? I can see a lot of the same thing. So I think as people cultivate, they learn a fucking lot about themselves. And you know what I mean? And cultivate themselves as they cultivate the plant. I've said a million times, my dream is kind of similar to yours, man. I could actually do it nonprofit and not give a fuck, but I would like to do it on a rehab type uh, kind of thing, to where I was working with people with anxiety, drug addictions, you know what I mean? Because you could use the cannabis to get them off, and then you could use the cultivation to kind of set them back on the right path. You know what I mean? So
Totally.
recreational is killing a lot of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, therapeutical wise, I think I just made up a new word, therapeutical. Is that a word? I don't know. I was just talking to my buddy's dad the other night about that, telling him how much of a savior it's been in my life because, I wilded out when I was younger and but by having this in my life and really having the love for it that I do, it's I don't go out. I don't want to go out and go party and like I have to. I know, like when you got an indoor going on, like hey, I got to go make sure whatever either pumps are going or my hand is watering or I got to make sure the lights are on or what you got to do what you got to do, and so you're not out there horsing around. And it's like for me that was a good thing. It kept me really grounded. Um, honestly. And so that's been really great, and just having to like take care of something kind of helps you. Yeah, definitely probably start thinking about yourself and getting on a good schedule for yourself. And so I have a friend that's kind of been going through some hard times lately, and I think he's been drinking and stuff like that, and really a real stressful life. He's got a big load. He's adopted a whole bunch of kids and he's doing a really good job at parenting them. But as everyone knows, um, parenting is hard and stuff. And so, yeah, anyways, I think he's you know, sipping on the bottle probably more than he should. And I myself have like maybe actually in the past couple of years, I've probably had one drink a year or something. Like I used to say like one drink a year or two drinks a year, but it's not even really becoming that anymore. Like I don't even, I'm not a drinker, at all really. So, so I, um, I'm a real shy guy, but when you get to know me, or if I'm in front of a camera that I can't really be face to face with, I could talk a lot. And I found that a lot of people are like, that was one cool thing about my garden stores. I had great relationships with the customers that I did have, and like I had this one older lady come in one time, and by the end of the talk, she's crying and telling me she's never told anybody some of this stuff that she just told me, and just talking about life and stuff like that, and so I think I'm real empathetic. I can put myself in other people's shoes and stuff like that, so I'm real understanding. But what was I saying? Crap.
Being able to put yourself in other people's shoes and be pretty
Yeah.
understanding.
Yeah. I forgot right what I was saying right before that, but dang it, I totally lost it. My bad. But shoot. Lost that one.
Before that, you were kind of talking about your friend there taking on the extra
Oh,
responsibilities.
okay, yeah. So I end up opening up to people, and maybe it makes them feel more comfortable about opening up with me. But for whatever reason, my relationships are like that. The real relationships I have in my house, in my life, I'm able to talk to people on a real note. So, anyways, this guy's he's telling me he's kind of going through a tough time, and I know he hasn't been able to grow his own garden because he's been adopting kids, and he can't do it. You know what I mean? And it's respect. So so he's able to now. They're fully adopted, all that. He's good to go. So I asked him, hey man, I got a couple extra babies if you want them. And he's like, oh yeah, I do. He's like, that's super cool. And I was like, all right, yeah, we'll get together and I'll give them to you. And like we met up, but he never kind of said anything about him. Like and so after we met up, he's like, oh yeah, I actually I really wanted to before we met up, I was going to bring the plants because this is a couple of days later after I told him that he or asked him if he wanted them. And so I was thinking, I should bring him these right now. Got him like all set aside, ready to take for him. And then it clicked in my mind. I go, you know what? I hope I wasn't too pushy with these things. I'm like probably real self-critical on myself, so, and I probably overthink a lot of stuff way too much, but so I was thinking, I don't want to be pushy. I know this guy's really busy. I don't want to give him anything else on his plate. It wasn't like he asked for them, I offered, and even though he said yes, what do I know? Maybe he said it just to be nice, you know what I mean? Or he wasn't thinking, or and so I didn't, for some reason I just didn't want to feel pushy, and so he actually brought it up, that he was looking forward to having them and stuff, and I it made me feel good because I go, hey man, I'm glad you said that, because it wasn't like I forgot about you or anything. It's just I kind of needed that. I wanted to hear it from you that that's the start. You know what I mean? If someone pushes something on you and you don't want to do it, you can lead a horse to water, but and so so he's all stoked, man, and he's he's a lot like me. And so we were talking about, you know, I hope it's real therapeutic for him. You know what I mean? And he's aware that it, there's that the possibility of it being, because who knows what's for sure in life, but you know, um, so I'm stoked, man. He's, oh yeah, what's this one called? And what's this one called? And I'm like, yeah. And so I'm happy, man, because I hope that maybe in one small way I can help a little bit, you know.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I really think that's super cool because alcohol can be a slippery slope for one. But I want to give your buddy a huge amount of props, man. It takes a big heart and a big fucking person to take on the responsibility to help some, kids off the street, give them a home, give them a little bit of guidance.
Dude, he
It's a
adopted
tough responsibility.
he adopted
Even
like a
harder.
like 5 kids at once, and it was insane. Like and they had gone through like bad stuff. You wouldn't wish it on anybody, even your worst enemy. And these kids have gone through that, and so he took them all on. And I was, same as like when my brother adopted his kids. I was like, wow, that means a lot, But that's awesome. There's people like that in the world, Yeah. So, and if I can help them and they're helping out everybody and we're all helping each other, then shoot, man. Right?
Right on. That's what it's about. That's what it's supposed to be about, anyway.
You wouldn't have to worry about yourself if everyone else is worrying about you and you're worried about them. And yeah, pipe dreams, right?
I think it's funny. I've noticed a lot lately that I think we yearn to be there. To be honest with you, I think it's just the powers that be that kind of keep us trapped in what they built up. You know what I mean? What I mean? The 9 to 5s. You got to do this. You got to make that money. The money, 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 money. When most of the people I talk to, at least in cannabis, just fucking want to have fucking an acre or two, couple of animals, a garden, and just be, you know what I mean? Almost go back 100 fucking years to where we are worried about each other. We just want to trade off, and you know what I mean? Why do we have to make it so difficult to where it was never so, I think we're starting to figure it out anyway.
Yeah, my grandma had property like in the national park, basically, like around that, the border. Um, and it was probably like 10 years ago. I don't know what was going on in the world, but we're all talking, and she goes, if it gets really bad, we'll all just have to come up to the cabin and kind of live like back in the days. Instantly, both of me and my brother look at each other and we're like, why does the world have to end for that to happen? So just, yeah, the mentality, I don't know, it's understandable because people just get caught up in this thing, but yeah, life's short, man. I lost both my parents like 10 years ago, and they were young, in their 50s. So I don't, who knows how long you got today, tomorrow, 10, 20 years, who knows? But there's no guarantee, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I try to be grateful daily for. I think that's the key too. You know what I mean? I have honestly found the more I am grateful, the less I have to worry about shit. It just seems to kind of flow. I
Mm.
know it sounds incredibly silly to a lot of people, but there's a lot of books and studies that have been put forth to like say the art of letting go. You know what I mean? And for me, a lot of that, I'm not gonna lie to you, had a little bit to do with some mushrooms, some psilocybin path. You know what I mean? But in that also was the cultivation side of things, organics, realizing exactly, I was this big in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? And that in itself, was very healing to know that, I wasn't in control of nearly of what I thought I was in control of, or was it any of it that fucking important? You know what I mean? Once I realized that it kind of let go of it all, life felt better. You know what I mean? It really did.
Yeah, man. Heck yeah. That's just like that could be a big load, a big burden. Yeah. Stress is not a good thing, brother. It's not good to stress.
No, no, and that's we waste so much time in that too. I seen somebody fucking just losing their mind about an internet order the other day. God damn it, it was supposed to be there 2 weeks ago. I got a fucking email today and it ain't gonna be there for another 2 weeks. I'm like, look at you, there's nothing you can do about it. They understand. You know what I mean? You're literally killing yourself with the cortisol right now, and that's the only thing you're doing. You can change nothing else. You can literally change nothing else. You know what I mean? And that's the same thing that goes with grudges, worrying in general, watching somebody pull out the driveway. Are they going to be hurt today? You can't change any of that. You might as well just let go, wish them the best, and not put yourself through the torture and the angst of either the anger, the sadness, or whatever. You know what I mean? You might as well just be living the moment and be grateful for everything along the path. And I'm telling you, these weren't easy words for me to learn, man. Life had to happen. You know what I mean? But I thank goodness I've learned a lot from cannabis. 100%. She's been there through for me forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Just energy is just so draining. I mean, it takes so much to be negative, it seems like, and to dislike stuff. And, you know, if I don't like something, I'm not even going to think about it enough to think about how much I don't like it. Like, that's, why, if you don't like, why even waste your time? Like, yeah, just, yeah, on and over with the negative stuff. Yeah. But, yeah, man, you ever been able to travel in life or that much or anything?
No, honestly, I've done a little bit of traveling, but not a whole lot. That kind of deals back into part of the story that people have never heard or may never hear. But I've lived a pretty crazy path, Several times I've been left to fend for myself, I guess, early ages.
Yep.
And so through the mix of, again, thank goodness for cannabis helping me keep me alive and keeping me sane through some really rough times, to having an insta family to where everything went to that. You know what I mean? I always put my girls before anything, long hours and stuff like that. So, traveling, seeing the world and that, I've tried to take take my girls to see as much as I can, but getting out and doing a lot of stuff. I'm on a weird precipice of life that you're talking about right now. I'm telling you, I've a lot of similarities in our journeys that I can see myself. But right now, the doors are opening up. My my oldest just had my first grandbaby. My youngest just graduated from high school. The doors of just freedom in general are kind of opening up, and I'm looking at life going, what next? Where am I gonna go? This is I've worried about all the above for all these years, and now it's time to kind of pick off some of the wonderful things that I've wanted to worry about in life now. So some of that travel I'm thinking is on in my path for the near future. So it hasn't happened yet, but I'm optimistic that it will happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done too much traveling myself. I went to Hawaii for like a week with a girlfriend. That was like the first trip I ever really took, like out of the state. And then I went. Me, my brother, and sister we went to Spain like the end of 2018, before any of the craziness started and all that. So it was like things were normal, and it's pretty cool. And so, man, I'll remember that trip forever. It was cool, and it didn't really cost too much, man. I know a lot of people want to. I mean, yeah, it does cost some money, but it's not as much as people think to go. You know, on a little adventure, and that was a pretty fun trip. I had been following this guy, um, Sean, a wandering vagabond on Instagram. He's a pretty cool character, and I had been following him, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll be in Spain um, around this time or whatever." And I was like, "Hey, man, I'll be in Spain too." And I didn't know the guy, you know what I mean? And but I'm like, we should meet up, freaking burn one or whatever, and so it actually turned out we met up like in Barcelona, and he had some connect where freaking we, like, because I didn't know my way around there or nothing. I'm in another country, man. Freaking, I didn't do my homework, or I didn't even know they had dispensaries or what, and so like he knew someone from the States that knew this place over there, and so we were able to go into this dispensary, and like, we go in and show them probably like my ID and maybe my passport, I'm not sure, or whatever. But and it was like 9 o'clock at night or something, and so we got in, like, it's kind of like the same thing like in California. Some of the dispensaries, or these little pop-up dispensaries, they'd have like a little front room that you'd go and do your paperwork, and then they'd let you through like the second door, the locked one, where you'd go back and be able to look at the stuff that they had on the shelves. And so it was the same deal. So we go in there, and they're like, "Yeah, we need to see your IDs and this and that." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm so and so, and you guys know this dude and da da da." And they're like, "Okay." And so we need your IDs, but you guys can't go in because it's already closed, but you can go ahead and get registered so that you can come in like first thing tomorrow if you want to. We're like, "Oh man, yeah, okay." It's late, we understand. So we give them our IDs and stuff, and they're like, "All right, go ahead, go through, go through the second door." And we're like, or like maybe they said we can go check it out or something. I don't know exactly. Yeah, maybe they just let us go back there to check it out, but ended up, we were good to go. So we got some flour I think that picture is on my Instagram, me and Sean, dreadhead guy, and sitting there in Spain. We each got our own big old spliff, smoking it up, dude, just like loving it. I was able to get some like what do they call it, like double or triple A Moroccan hash when I was there. So I'd smoke like a lot of hash with tobacco. You know, you just like kind of put a little snake in there or whatever of the cigarette, you know, and like you would just smoke it on the streets. It wasn't like a freaking big deal or anything, you know what I mean? Where I did it anyways. But no, it wasn't a big deal. Like you would sit there, like when you're eating dinner, like one of the first nights we got there, we're like rolling up. We're like at this little cafe type thing, getting some hamburgers, and we're sitting there rolling up stuff right at the dinner table outside of this place as we order burgers, and we sit there and spark up, and you know, I mean, it smells like hash or weed or whatever, you know what I mean? But just like, no one, it's nothing, you know. And so that was cool. So a lot of hash, but it was nice just to get some actual flower. Because smoking for 20 years, yeah, going without sucks. The only other time I quit for was when I went to Hawaii, and I couldn't find anything when I was out there. Went to actually Kauai, and couldn't find anything. And I was like, man, when I get back, I'm gonna freaking be smoking so much, taking so many bong rips and all this and that. And I came back after a week and I took one hit, man, and I was freaking gone. It was crazy. Yeah, didn't smoke as much as I thought I would have. And so yeah, so it was nice to get the flower in Spain. That was really neat. My sister just got back, so spur of the moment, freaking, she went to like was it like Greece, I think, like the Colosseum's at and all that. Just freaking out of the blue, you know. She texts me. She's like, "Hey, you got any euros from our trip?" I'm like, "Huh?" She's like, "Yeah, I need them for when I go to Greece." I'm like, "What are you talking about? Are you freaking like, did you bunk your head or something?" You know, I mean, I had no idea what she was talking about, and just turned out that she said, I wanted to, I kept always told myself I'm going to go, and I never go, and so I'm just going. She went by herself. She made it there safe. She's back safe. Had a really good time. Got to drink some coffee over there. She's like a coffee person. She said the culture is a little bit different. I haven't yet to talk to her about what she meant. Like I think she meant specifically the coffee culture. So I think be interested to hear that. So taking it no Starbucks. But yeah, I wish I would have went with her, but pulling tarp, so I can't right now. But man, yeah, I would say to anybody that has a chance, or even, you know, take the chance, make the chance of being able to go and see a different, get out of like this country too. That was like trippy, especially growing up in like in a little mountain town. Just going to the city alone is a shock. So it's like you know, you get that, it's just being around big old skyscrapers and stuff. I only see big trees like that. I don't see skyscrapers. So that was a shock. And then like the culture shock from going to a whole other country, that was crazy. Really weird. Like everyone drank. I even drank over there. But I didn't see one fight. I was there on my birthday too. That was pretty cool. Got to celebrate my birthday in Spain with my brother and sister. But I didn't see one fight, no yelling, no bar craziness. I think all the drinks, all the beer was like it must have been like really low alcohol or something, because like I wasn't even getting drunk or anything. It was weird, but it was cool. You know what I mean? To see that much drinking going on, and then, I mean, shoot, in America, you'd have all kinds of craziness, but they didn't have that much craft beer over there. It seemed like, and I ended up going to a craft beer place over there, and it was these guys from America, and they freaking they were killing it, and I was like, oh shit, you guys are gonna get everybody way too drunk over here. There's gonna start being bar fights and shit.
Slice of America.
I mean, but really, yeah. So yeah, but
So how long ago was that? I mean, cannabis is very quickly changing, and I think Spain's one of those places that they're becoming a little more canna friendly. How long ago, and do you think you'd go back if the market changed?
yeah, that was 2018, the end of 2018. Um, and I would love to go to Spanibus. You know what I mean? I think that'd be really cool. Um, but um, yeah, I mean, like I said, like it was there. You know, cannabis was definitely there. It just was like it was like it was like California was 10 years ago or something, where there's still, it was, you know, like I don't even know if, well, I don't know if how they're doing type things set up like they did over here, but um it's like they had these little shops, I guess, but they weren't like advertising, or it's just kind of weird like that. Like, you know, you walk up to some graffiti looking wall and it's actually a door, and there's a dispensary behind it. You know what I mean? um so yeah, so they're like, but like I said, you know, you're smoking on the street or there's people smoking, it's not a big deal. It's almost more lenient than over here as far as like, you know, mass socially accepted. Like, I don't know, I'm not a big city guy, so being in those big cities is just different for me. Like, maybe you go to LA or New York or something like that, and you just walk around and smoke joints and no one looks at you. I don't know, but I don't know if you could, I don't know.
I think canning vacations will become a really big thing here in the near future. If that's the case, would you travel with cannabis around the country to some of these events? And I like Michigan, man. We've got several. We had, I mean, right before COVID, they kicked off like one or two like camping events, but now there's quite a few where it's like a 3 day event. You come and fucking throw down a tent party all weekend. Or I think there'll be more and more like Airbnbs that are kind of friendly and shit like that. Maybe even instead of the mint on the pillow and shit, there'd be that like welcome sack and shit. You never fucking know. You never know if that's the case. Would you travel a little bit more with for cannabis? To see some shit, go to some events.
Definitely, man. Definitely, definitely. Yep. Yep. Um, yeah, I would love to. I went to the Emerald Cup. I went to that. I think it was 2019. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 2019, right before they like had to cancel it and all that. So I think it might have been one of the last ones they had, before they, I'm pretty sure they had this last one. They had one last year or whatever, or this year or something. Um, but yeah, the Emerald Cup was cool. I've gone to like Reggae on the River. That's a pretty big. It's not like cannabis, but it's like a big event up north that's been going on for a few decades, and it's like pretty crazy week long party. It was pretty fun. But yeah, but party in school and stuff, but I definitely not that big of a drinker, like I said. So, I'm kind of like, yeah, chilling by the fire, talking. Not that you can't do that when you're drinking, but yeah, seems, I don't know. Things got crazy in my down drink, man. This little mountain town.
Campfire's a lot more fun, for sure. But as we were sitting here, man, I was still sitting there giggling, kind of thinking about the Airbnb or like a hotel atmosphere. Imagine like if things were flipped. I mean, nowadays they're geared towards alcohol. You know what I mean? They get the paid bar, party stacked with alcohols and shit. Now, what if it were a little different where alcohol wasn't permitted in you know what I mean? But you open up that fridge and it was like all extracts, you know what I mean? All dabables, and they had a little dab center all set up to where, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just,
and then like a
that would
little
be cool as hell.
social club dispensary downstairs or something, where you can, if you need to go get some, or you can bring your own, or you could go hang out with people, but same lounge type atmosphere, just no alcohol, just cannabis, you know. Heck yeah, man.
Or even, that I like that. I seriously, but not even like enough to like say there's like sample shots, I guess, but the same thing would be great for like dabs. All like everything they had on the menu down at the like social bar, like you're talking about. You know what I mean? A little taste of everything,
Yeah.
and then at the bottom of it, like say available in the lobby. You know what I mean?
That's like the little fridge, and you open the little drinks or the waters in there, and you get your bill, and you're like, what? I paid $7 for that bottle of water. They just leave some really good dabs out in front of you, and they're irresistible. And then you get the bill, and you're like, shit.
I think they should be samples drawing you down to the lobby. It should be that one little free, just one dab that says, "Come join me down the lobby. We're all hanging out, smoking." You know what I mean?
No, yeah. First, I was just joking, but I could see some people, of course, getting greedy with it. But yeah, that'd be awesome. Sure. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Even like, yeah, go like on these, like staying on an active farm. You know what I mean? I think that's something too, like that people could go and get like a little taste of farm life, even if maybe it's only a couple days or a week and they're never going to do it again, but
I envision like the old like apple orchard experience to where you can take a ride through the orchard and maybe pick your own apples. But like you're kind of saying, you hang out. You could do that with your cannabis. You know what I mean? Go see it in the fields, pick some up before you leave on the way out. Shit, that'd be cool as shit.
Yeah, that's the hard thing out here. I mean, I don't know if it's just California or what. I'm sure it's other places, but like, just because it's legal doesn't mean that it's like open plain field or whatnot. Like, a lot of farmers around here, like a lot of the humble growers, Appalachian growers and stuff like that. They're, you can go to a winery and drink and have wine tasting and buy a bottle of wine before you leave. There's all kind of vineyards and wineries in California, and so you can do that everywhere. But like, you can't just grow your own cannabis and have it open to the public and have the public come and tour the farm and partake in the cannabis and even buy a little bit to take home with them. Like, there's none of that. You know, it's not like it's not like that, man. It's not. So those are,
Talk about brand building. You know what I mean? You may take that trip once or twice or whatever, but wouldn't you tell your friends like to buy that brand for like anytime somebody asks what kind of cannabis should I get? You'd be like, I go to get that farm right there. I went down and stayed on the farm, seen firsthand how they did everything, and fucking bought some, man. Amazing people. I'm telling you, that's the shit you
exactly.
want right there.
Yeah, man. So I mean, and why not? Like, what, you know, what's, I mean, sucks, man. I don't know. There's a lot of people that just car accidents alone from people drinking alcohol. I mean, that's like horrible. So you know, come on. I don't know. We'll see. You know, I think they are like petitioning for it and stuff like that. So this takes time. You know, people to care enough to do something about it. Yep.
I'm optimistic, I am, but I'm still a little leery of legal cannabis, as we've kind of talked about earlier. It's just money, money, money. In fact, we've kind of talked about it a couple of times, man. It seems to be the root of where everything falls apart. Partnerships, friendships, business, life. You know what I mean? Life in general. I don't think the creator, well, that was his intent. You know what I mean? For us to spend every day working just for a roof over our head and a little bit of food in our mouth. We were meant to, enjoy life, help each other out, and kind of like we were talking about earlier. We're realizing that slowly the system's kind of fighting us, but our instinct, our gut instincts telling us go back to fucking the way you should be, walk away from a lot of shit, get back to basics, give to each other. I think, and I've talked about that a lot lately. I think cannabis has a lot to do with that. I don't think it's any coincidence that cannabis is being pushed to the forefront as we kind of stand at this digital age to where, what do we do? Do we step into this weird digital age, or should we fucking, keep to what's real? The soil, the earth, the fucking our place and how to run it and shit. I think no coincidence that, back to that and more of a kind of a plant medicine, you know, the real side of things is calling us back. But, we're being pushed, worry, push. And it's sad. It's sad. We really need to kind of, like, as we talked about earlier, let go, realize that, a lot of that shit isn't as fucking important as you think it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, yeah, once you realize that and you see people tripping out on dumb stuff like internet orders or whatever, you're just like, it's wild, you know. It sucks. Yeah, it was just, yeah, shouldn't be that way. Wish it wasn't, but
some of us are starting to realize, and through cannabis, and we're waking people up more and more. That's why I would try to get people to grow, man. Simplistic as it could be, throw throw some seeds in the dirt and stumble and fall and learn. Don't be afraid to learn, stumble and fall along your cannabis journey. You know what I mean? There's going to be nothing but good things coming through your
yeah,
stumble and fall.
practice makes perfect. Nah. Yeah, exactly though. It's cannabis is crazy. It's forgiving, but it's very delicate at the same time. It's strange. I don't know. Yeah, I'd definitely say, but I, people should definitely go for it. Sprout a seed and don't be scared. Don't be scared.
So throughout your journey there, you've said you've smoked, you've grown quite a bit,
People
but
like
has
that.
there been some that, oh, I didn't mean the delay kind of got it there. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I was just trying to fill in, and I was just like, with like, yeah, I see a lot of people messing up, like new cannabis cultivators by like overwatering. So that would be like my biggest thing is don't overwater to the new guys. Other than that, you should grow your own ganja, you know, for all of its therapeutical purposes. Yeah, man. I think the big one is just getting just the growing it yourself part as far as therapy. But
So you've kind of talked about growing a bunch of different strains or cultivars. But which are some of have been your favorites? Just kind of running into or using um, throughout your life. Has there been some in particulars that you find of or have some good memories with?
yeah, so only a couple years after smoking, uh, like a childhood friend or whatever, we got some really good skunk weed from this older guy, and we're young. We're probably 15 years old or something. And so I think we might have got like a 20 sack or half an eighth or something. And yeah, we're young. Our asses would have been grass if we would have kind of gotten in trouble. You know what I mean? But we smoked that stuff, and that was probably one of the only times I felt like drunk off this stuff. I mean, we were totally giggly, and I kind of like my equilibrium was off. I mean, that was pretty wild. But that was quite a while ago, and I don't remember too many details other than it was a really good time. And I mean, yeah, the flower looked really pretty and tasted really good and all that. But yeah, I do like the skunk um, um, profile or whatever. You know, that like lineage and stuff. But yeah, just like gassy, earthy, kind of OG, cushy type stuff. Yeah, not too much of the fruity terps, not really too much. I guess there's like a couple of them, like um, the lemon trees. Like, even though um, I don't really like lemony weed or like piney weed that much. Um, but like a lemon, my buddy had this lemon tree that was like something really special. I don't know, like just had this weird like a citronella type of um smell to it along with like a lemon. So it kind of like dulled the citrus part of it. Um and then I have like a tangy um that I found to have kind of like the same traits or the same that citronella. I'm like, man, you could set this thing outside to keep the mosquitoes away as like a house plant. you know, it's like really super strong. Like you do like a stem rub, and yeah, pretty powerful. I've never really seen that too much. Like that lemon tree. My buddy had he had uh 300 plants or something on his farm, and he in a greenhouse, and he had like one or two lemon trees in there, and the rest were probably like some wedding pie, and out this a couple years ago, some of the stuff that was going around then, and you could smell those freaking lemon trees out, everything, like it was insane, so some stuff is just like, I mean, yeah, when you can smell 2 plants over a couple hundred plants, in most cases that's pretty special, I'd say. But anyways, yeah, I've never really been able to find like lemon tree seeds, or I haven't looked too hard, but it wasn't, didn't really see any like lemon tree cuts going around or anything or available. um but that would be one that um I'd kind of like to search for and maybe mess around with and kind of have. Yeah. um I like that mochi. I had a mochi a couple of years ago, and the one I had anyways had like that coffee grind kind of profile to it, like a earthy but with kind of coffee grinds or whatever to it. I don't have that. I only had it once. And yeah.
Good flavor profiles for sure, man. So you kind of mentioned you don't know where you might go from here, but do you have some cannabis dreams where it may take you somewhere in the future? I mean, it's a tough crossroads for a lot of us right now that are passionate about cannabis, and for me myself, I've really been grateful for this avenue. I was kind of talking with Mendo Dope the other night, off camera when I was lucky enough to hang out with them. I'm like, man, same with me. I'm so grateful for this other avenue to be stay in the cabin in cannabis, even though it's getting harder and harder. I mean, we all started this with the dream that we were going to run our own greenhouses and fucking that. And it's because of recreational cannabis, bang, it's that dream's getting harder and harder to achieve. And if you're anything like myself, the dream wasn't necessarily working for somebody else. You know what I mean? On that scale, the dream was to wander through my own fields and be my own man. You know what I mean? And with that not being a possibility, you know what I mean? We're at that roads where a lot of us, not only if we're still lucky to do it, are looking at, price. You know what I mean? That aspect of it all. Am I gonna even fucking is the market gonna pick up? Am I gonna be sustained? So a lot of us are left at the crossroads of, personal gardens, doing it because we love it. You know what I mean? Or just doing it on a scale we just don't even give a fuck. You know what I mean? And going back to kind of more the outlaw kind of way, working and just doing it to whatever. You know what I'm saying? But so where's the crossroads going to take you?
I would like to say that um market or not, or this or that or not, because I've watched plenty of people shut down. But um I mean, I would like to say that I'll always have something going on a personal level. I mean, come on, it's, whether I go
Right now,
work,
the best you can
I
get.
don't go work for some, have a little small garden and be happy. And but this stuff's super time consuming. People don't understand. It's like it's a 24/7 job. Like, unless you have a team, you're on the clock, man, full time. From start to finish, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Because if something does happen and you're not there, then you're not, it's not good. So like I don't get out. I don't like I have a buddy out in Oklahoma right now, and he's been out there for a couple years. And uh I talked to a buddy that I have here right around me, and we have all these good ideas, and we're like, but they all fail for the fact that we can't get away. You know what I mean? Like there's not another one of us, and it's just hard to actually, go and take off and go see what another state would be like, or another place would be like, or it's I mean I'm I have a dog too. That's really hard. Like I don't just like I wouldn't I would never just tie my dog up in the yard. Not gonna happen. So you know what I mean? Like it's hard to travel, you know what I mean? I know I was talking about it earlier and stuff. I was really fortunate to be able to, but also like I said, I just had the opportunity to go to Greece for really cheap, and didn't happen because I'm tied down, you know what I mean? So for myself, uh as far as like my whole life's concerned, I'll definitely gonna always have my little personal thing. Um but yeah, I'll probably have to, probably maybe this coming up year, not have anything go on. And because even like it's not like I'm doing anything crazy right now. I'm like I said, I'm on kind of cruise mode this year, just like recollecting myself and resetting and just kind of, you know. Um so but I mean I still have like the little ones just because it's hard for me not to. So uh gotta take care of those. And but I guess, I don't know. I really I'm kind of just really open, but I need to like maybe just, yeah, not be locked down for a little bit. Because even when I've always had like a little personal garden. Like I like to smoke my own stuff for one. You know what I mean? I'm like really weird about what I ingest or smoke, or edibles I eat, or like what it's made with and stuff. You know what I mean? So usually have to grow your own if you want to smoke your own stuff, right? so yeah, man. But
I can appreciate that, man. I really, really can, man. Again, another weird parallel. I'm in that weird reset kind of phase in life as well. These tents you see, and the lights not on in this one, man. I'm usually surrounded by tents, man. I've been growing cannabis now for 20 years, and fucking, this is the closest I've ever been to not having anything going. And I've actually, like, it was about a month ago, a couple weeks ago, I started panicking. I, like you're saying, I started throwing seeds down. I gotta have something. I gotta fucking see something growing here, man. Shit, getting a little antsy. But in the same aspect, like coming, getting out of the house today, I had to run on the other side of the lake. Come about that time to where everything should be popping. This room, half the room should be shut, half the room, the tents have to be open. This line behind me used to be straight HPS 4K in these tents. Bam, 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 bam. You don't open that door and things can get, it can sustain for about 2 hours, and then you want to be here for sure to open that door by then. But that was the case like tonight. The alarm went off. Open flower door that's been there for fucking ever. And I went, huh. And I started to hit the gas a little bit. Oh fuck, it's that time. Then I went, I don't have to worry about it. And the foot instantly kind of laid off the gas, and I looked around. I enjoyed the sunset, and you know what I mean? It was a weird feeling, but it was a nice feeling. You know what I mean? Again, back to enjoying life a little bit, man. This is a weird weird time, but I am definitely
Yeah, man, you
embracing
know how it
all of
is.
it,
It's
man.
yeah,
Good job.
yeah. Like I said, 24/7, man. People don't understand. It's full time. So props to those people that have kids, you yourself included, that have kids and do this, because wow, man, that's some, can't imagine, because it's like a whole other set of kids basically. You're taking, probably taking care of them just about as good as you are the human kids almost.
Oh yeah, but then the same aspect that's you know that's why the show's kind of in the time span that it is. The garden has always been the after it all time. You know what I mean? Work, kids, garden. In that fucking order. And after everybody went to sleep, and I had to give the chance to step out to the garden to let it all fucking fade away. The shit day at the job site, the whining and the other day. It was all gone. And it's these girls that just sucked all that away. I guess that sounded terrible now that I think about the wording of that. But they did, man. They took all that angst right out, man. And third shift was always, I've went on 4 to 6 hours sleep now for about 20 years. And but there's something about that third shift, this period of the night, the being in the garden. It wasn't lack of sleep. It was a recharging of the batteries, man. To be honest with you, so I got a lot of love for this plant.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yep, it's like my little zen when I'm working in on my garden, my little zen area. I love it.
So how we doing on time, my friend? We're pushing a couple hours into it there. I don't want to overstay my welcome, but
You're
I
fine. Come
thought
on
I'd
over.
check in. Right on, right on.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
So,
You are the guest, man. You get the run. You get the run of the floor, man. You get the run of the floor.
I mean, I know there's more I could say. Just, yeah. I mean, anything else that you think of?
Well, I can ask you about the beginning a little bit there. You said something that I hear a lot across the board, man. That a cannabis experience, made me feel normal. made me feel, I felt normal. You know what I mean? I felt, and I think a lot of us, actually felt. I know it from hearing 600 and some odd stories that a lot of us have felt the same way. And it's it's sad that it was always pushed to us as such a bad thing, because that's all we all ever wanted was to just kind of hang out, feel ourselves, and basically what we're talking about now. And I'm grateful for those of us that were able to kind of find it, help us through tough times, right? That's for sure. And it was always preached to us as something that was going to hold us back. Sports, academics. I don't think that was the case looking back in either. I did well in sports, and I like to think I turned out okay. As far as academically, what I mean? And so I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad to hear it. So do you think it was, obviously you kind of knew it was medical then looking back, but when was it that you kind of realized the medical side of cannabis, that there was more to it than just smoking with your friends?
So, I got in with like the wrong crowd of people, and because like, you know, by 14 and a half, you know, 14 years old, I was living at a friend's house, sleeping on his couch. You know what I mean? My mom wasn't home, had like a equal housing opportunity, government assisted apartment. That was not kept up in any condition that any child should be living. And so I wasn't there. My mom wasn't there. I was staying on my friend's. Oh shit. Hold on a second. Oh fuck. I think there's a bear outside. 1 second.
Oh no shit. Fucking bear and shit. You're killing me with the Arizona RX. I know it's delicious. I gotta tell you, Robert. Starting to hoard them a little bit, man. Everybody's drinking them around me up here. Cheers to everybody. Chat Wheaties 207, Mr. Green Fingers, Buddha Boy. Much respect to Smiley's Gardens, of course. Ken the Cannon Man, Stony Rockefeller. Need to get you back jamming on the show. Drew Zilla, Purple Thumb. Always an honor, my friend. Was it a bear?
I don't know. I didn't want. I have a flashlight. You don't just go running out in the dark looking for bears. It was here last night, though. I'll tell you that much. So I'm in my garage, and I just heard like a loud bang.
Well, I heard it. It usually Zoom cancels out a lot of shit. So to hear it, it must have been pretty loud. Yeah.
Whew, heart's pumping.
Yeah, you had that look on your face, that oh shit look on your face, like, so that ain't right. You didn't even have to say that. You did. That ain't right.
This small bear, it's probably like around 1 year old, and so it's like maybe a little over 2 feet tall, and my garage is open like a foot, but I think I have it like in the safe zone where hopefully I don't get like snuck up on. I'm just playing. I'll make
that would be a show first.
I'm just playing. There really might be a bear. Anyways, holy crap. What was I saying before that? That's why I'm laughing too, because
I don't know. It's kind of hard to, you kind of swirled me when, the guest jumps up like that. Holy shit. It's happened once or twice, but it's hard to remember what the hell. It's more like, what's going on? Holy shit. Is everything going to be all right? I don't know how to call 911.
Okay, yeah. So I was sleeping on my friend's couch. His mom was feeding me and stuff and making sure I wasn't was alive or whatever. And freaking so then I started hanging out with the wrong crowd, because obvious I was kind of just whatever, just surviving. And so ended up getting into like pharmaceuticals, pill popping and snorting and hard street drugs, and trouble, and going on probation, and but I was able to have my medical card on probation. and I had to kick everything else I was doing. And so it wasn't that hard, man. I was doing like, I don't want to get into like details of what I was doing. I was never like mainlining or anything like that, but you know, so um it was like I hear these stories of other people, and I see people from my past that never cleaned up and are still just, it's just bad. And so but it was easy for me for some reason. I just like a light switch, stopped doing the stuff, stopped hanging out with those people, and stopped doing the stuff. And but I was able to keep on smoking weed. But like, I guess it wasn't, it was a little bit different. Because I did have like the whole probation thing hanging over my head. It wasn't like I just was trying to quit for my own good, but still a lot of people can't even do that for themselves, so it really just helped me get through that, I think, or made it that much easier for me, because I just smoke and smoke and smoke, um I had to go to like drug counseling classes, and I allegedly I'd take bong rips before that, and like my counselor would drug test everybody. And it was like I really had to stand my ground. I had like 5 years hanging over my head. And the first dirty I had for because it was all like I never had any dirties for anything that like hard. It was only for cannabis. And so, but the first dirty I had, my drug counselor was like, because I went to like a drug program to like uh basically not go to jail, I guess. And so my yeah, the counselor was like not having it, man. He's like, you got to, as far as I'm concerned, you got a dirty, and I'm going to give it to your probation officer. You're going to, violate probation. And so I had to go talk to my probation officer, and I'm like, man, I got my medical card. You know what I mean? Like, this is doctor prescribed. And I do kind of like have maybe some like whatever. Nah. Anyways, so I had and they were kind of like pinning it on each other, like, well, I'm gonna see, it's up to your counselor, oh, it's up to your probation officer. And I'm like, man, so I was like, so I just held my ground and kept on chiefing. And so the probation officer would the drug counselor would like take everybody to the side, and you do your little piss test, and they go over the results with you, and they like had to be all quiet about it because mine was coming up dirt, and tell anybody else in the class. I wasn't like trying to brag about it. I would, it was just my thing, um so yeah, the counselor wasn't too happy about it, but once they saw that it wasn't going to be anything else, and I was I'm not a bad guy, just wasn't on the right path. So, but that was crazy. So but not having it, who knows if it would have been that easy for me, because yeah, back like when you're talking earlier, like rehabilitation and stuff like that, like, man, I think that could be huge. And it might not, or I can guarantee it's not going to work for everybody, but if it helps out a few or more than a few, then shoot, yeah. What do you got to lose? And it's going to be like true help too. It's not going to be like no fake band-aid type shit. Like the people that do get help are going to probably be able to turn around and maybe be in this position to help someone else, like because they're so strong in their recovery and stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be better off, with instead of being in a high-priced rehabilitation center where they're being surrounded by fucking artificial lights and clipboards and more pharmaceutical bullshit to help you keep your urges under wraps. You can be, in a farm somewhere, feed into the dirt with some genuine people that want to walk you through this and shit. It seemed like a better path. You know what I mean? The other seems like a recipe for failure. You just want to get the fuck out of there. Just give me, yeah, get the fuck out of here. But the other way, I could honestly see a more successful path.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. That would be great. But
people like ourselves that are willing to take that risk, man. Hopefully we can make it happen. Some of us, either me, you, somebody watching. It's all the same dream if we're helping people. You know what I mean? That is the dream. I'm about it. So.
Yeah, or it's just all together, man. You know what I mean? It's what it really is. Strength in numbers. So, heck yeah.
So outside of cannabis, what do you like to do? I definitely see some ink there, and you talked about it early. You were talking about the school and the diabetes and noticing about the ink and the. So how far back does ink go with you? Obviously, pretty far back. Are you an artist or just a collector? Where does ink fall into the picture?
Yeah, I didn't get my first tattoo till I was like 18. Me and my buddy went and got our last names on our shoulders and stuff like that. Thought we were real cool for that, you know what I mean? And then just kind of collected a few over the years. One on my chest was like a drunk, probably one of the reasons I don't drink. A drunk tattoo, got that a while back. Probably been maybe around 13 years ago or something, with a lighter spring, like a spring out of a lighter, a big lighter, and you heat it and straighten it, and then hook that up to like a little CD player motor or something. It was single needle, and I got one on my side that I drew. Yeah, so like I am like my sister is like an artist for sure. Like she teaches art in college, and but yeah, I got like
A lot of time on that side. I dig it.
Yeah, there's like 18 hours in that one. Drew that. The artist kind of did his own rendition on it, but I kind of drew up a lot of it. Just old California boy shit on my arm. Newer ones. Old school bad boy little freaking thing. That, I mean, a lot of people don't know that. That's from like what at least the 90s or whatever. In my little Serendipity Farms. That was my hemp farm. Yeah. my mom used to like take us out when we were young, and just do shit that like broke parents would do. Like we'd go look for like these rocks that had like they're called like cross top rocks. I actually think they're actually worth a small amount for like jewelry or something, but there's like little square rocks that have like crosses in them, and like you can probably cut them in segments and make multiple pieces out of one. But we just like go collect those or river, and so like we just go do like cheap stuff, but she'd call it like serendipity. You know what I mean? Just like you go like do whatever, but like have a good time no matter what. You know what I mean? But like, you're not that you have to spend money to go do that. You know what I mean? So like that always stuck with me. So like that was like my farm name right there. And then yeah, I don't have too much else. I got like a line across my foot. Just like because I had my own tattoo gun for a while, and so I just kind of like not afraid to practice on myself, I guess. But yeah. Oh, then I got this one. I think this is my latest one. It's little Mighty Mouse.
Did you do that one?
No, that was like my first job when I worked at Round Table, and I was like, because like I said, I was the smallest kid, or I was the second to the shortest kid in my class freshman year. So when I had that job at Round Table, I was like this little short shit running around, but they called me Mighty Mouse there. It was like my little nickname. So I just freaking got that because I thought it was pretty cool. And that was only like last year or something, but it was just like one of those memories kind of type of thing, and pretty cool. But,
seem to have gotten all the tender spots.
yeah,
Definitely
like
the
close to
ribs.
right there. That's not that. I mean, that was pretty bad. Kind of like on the hip bone too, a little bit. But yeah, man, I just like try to control my.
No joke. The foot's no joke.
Yeah, yeah. The hand was kind of weird.
It's funny, man. I know a lot of people that have ink. I know a lot of people that have jobs, and I see people that run out and just don't give a shit after a tattoo. These days, summer, run right out, fucking all fucking glistened up right out in the sun. I don't know why my tattoo faded. Shit, you didn't take care of that motherfucker. You paid a lot of money for it. Baby that thing until it's healed. You know what I mean? I have looked silly after some tattoos, arm sleeves, driving down the road with something over my fucking arms, the sunset beating on it for through that heel time and shit. I care for my tattoos. It's sad to see people.
Yeah, what do you think about that? That like, have you seen how people put like that fake skin stuff over it now or whatever? It's like a techoderm.
Yeah. Tegaderm, I think it's how we pronounce it. I'm on the fence.
Yeah,
I've actually taught my tattoo guy how to use it right, I guess. I've seen they want to slap it on there and let the plasma do the healing power, but for me, I've never found that to be. I've had problems with that or air bubbles where it developed like a sore under the tegaderm, and that shit had to be fixed, man. Them spots were like deep and bad. So what I found out about the Tegaderm was not against what they said, slapping it on there fresh. I always take mine home. If I'm gonna apply it, I take it home. I let that thing bleed out. I put a brutal layer of aquifer in there, just like my artist would do, as he's putting it in there because it's not friendly. You want as little bit as possible. So I rub it in. I try to leave as little bit behind, and then I'll put that Tegaderm on there. And after, so I don't get the bleed out before. And then it's usually pretty good. I like it if I'm gonna be working, you know what I mean, in an area, you know what I mean. If it's on my forearm and I want to be out fucking doing something, the Tegaderm's kind of nice, but anymore because of the bad experiences with it. And again, I got so much love for my tattoos. I'm good without it, man. I'm really that bad to where like 4 hours, I'm washing it. You know what I mean? I don't care where it's at, and I'm not supposed to take a shower. I'm hopping one leg to wash that foot, and then I don't, I'm not applying layer on layer on layer on shit, man. I make sure and wash in between every 4 hours, follow that until the first peel, and then I switch over into a cream, which I found a baby aquifer lotion, no perfume, that really works as well. They kind of take it home.
Yeah. I found out I like to keep them moist. Like the first time I let it dry out is like when it seems like it really starts to like set or like start healing or something. I don't know, but like so I usually like like a good almost week or something. I'll keep it like moist, and I'll keep like a cellophane over it, like when I sleep and this and that. But same thing, like that's why I don't know about the Tegaderm, because like I'm a sweaty guy, and so like if I have that on me and like it's gonna sweat around there, and like because I think some of these people are like they're leaving it on there for like till like for like a week or something, you know what I mean?
7 days, yeah. You can leave it on for up to 7 days.
No, I'm the same way. Like I'm not sitting there scrubbing the tattoo. Oh, I got this one too. Remember this?
Ah, nice. Clean too.
You see it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so for me it's like I'm not sitting there scrubbing it, but you want to use like, lukewarm water and a little bit of soap and just kind of, clean the area, It's like, yeah, just just because you're letting your tattoo heal, to want it to get all funky.
Yeah, man. That side, man. I looked at that's a side piece there. I don't know how much of that you got done at once, but man, the ribs were there. I got a nice and both sides there, pretty well done. And that's rough. This side in particular, it has a lot of red. He went deep. This side here was like fucking being dragged down a gravel road. And after I literally went into shock when I got home from this one. I
Oh yeah.
shit you not, he pounded like it was 8, maybe 10 hours. I mean, we did a lot of work on the ribs
Yep.
in a row. I drove 2 hours home and then jumped in the shower to wash it to fucking start the aftercare. And that cold shower, man, that instant drop, man. I got out of the shower and it just kind of shook. I don't know if you've ever had that, man. Just kind of, I had to lay down and just shook for about 20 minutes from shock. Tattoo shock is basically what it is.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah.
It can be rough.
That reminds me, I've never passed out before, except for one time. because I had like 5 sessions on this side right here, and I think it was like maybe like the 4th session or something. I had just gotten the work done. I went over to my buddy's house, took a bong rip, and I was walking down his stairs, his inside stairs, and I was like kind of like bouncing off because there's like a staircase that like went into a corner and like, halfway down went the other way. And so I kind of like bounced off the wall, like unsteadily, managed to make my way all the way out his front door, and like a foot or two out his, or a step or two out his front door, I freaking hit the dang ground, man. And that's my, I think that was kind of like a shock thing or whatever, because I was freaking chewing on a towel when I got this one done. Like literally had a towel, wrung like that, and just in my mouth, just like, yeah, it's crazy.
Good old ink therapy. Good old ink therapy.
So yeah, I like doing like the crafty stuff, woodwork, a little bit of like um doing like lamp working or like glass blowing, just a little bit. And um yeah, gosh, what was I gonna say?
Glass blowing's a neat thing. I've never necessarily tried, but I think it's really fascinating. The whole glass works, That's another thing. It seems like you only get one shot with that shit. You know what I mean? It ain't like wood, but you can sand and fill if you need to. Raise a little grain, get her wet, get that dent out of there. Glass is like one shot, right?
I mean, I'm like totally amateur, I'd say. Um, but but there is like some forgiving aspects, like I would say, because like yeah, I mean, like you can kind of like rework the glass in some cases, you know what I mean? But yeah, but like I've seen, yeah, like some of these guys you see, they do like these phenomenal pieces, and then it like breaks on the way to the kiln or something, and it's like, yeah, usually in those cases, like that piece is done, you know what I mean? And they'll have who knows how many hours into it. But yeah, but like yeah, as far as, yeah, so like then I could ride motorcycle a little bit. But or yeah, so I think I mentioned earlier I got that blood clot in my hip from that motorcycle accident, and that like that's why I got out of doing the tree thing. Yeah, so and that like really drastically changed my life for a second, because like as active as I was and stuff, wasn't able to really find took like 5 doctors before I could get anyone to tell me to like, that all the doctors were telling me just to stay on blood thinners for the rest of my life. And I was like 31, 32 years old when it happened. And I'm like, dude, like I'm way too active to stay on blood thinners, where if I cut myself, I'm going to like possibly die in 2 minutes. You know what I mean? This is crazy. I did the blood thinners for like 10 months, and then they wanted me to do them for longer. And I just told them, I'm not doing it. I don't like how they make me feel. It's like, so, but I ended up getting some procedures done on it. Um, and, but it's still like so I ended up finding a doctor that was like, yeah, I can't like promise you anything, but I can at least attempt to go into the artery. And by that time it had turned like chronic. So it was like a chronic DVT, deep vein thrombosis. So the blood clot had like stuck to the artery walls because it had stayed there so long. So the doctor went in there and took like a little wire and freaking a wire with little scrapers on the end of it, I guess, and they scraped out the vein or the artery, and then they pulled that out, or maybe it had all the same stuff all on the same end. And then so after they scraped it, they freaking have like a little balloon thing, and they blow it up and hold it for like a little bit to try to like get more circulation going through. So I had like 3 procedures, and like the second procedure I got up to go home, and like they like, you know, they want you to go to the bathroom and all that, or you know, yeah, use the restroom just so that you can go home and take care of yourself or something. And I got up out of the bed and I freaking I looked at the nurse, and I was like high as shit, kind of. I felt like off the whatever they knocked me out with. And I got this weird sensation, like this weird warm sensation, and and I was like thinking in my head, I think I just pissed myself. You know what I mean? And I look at the nurse, and she like looks down, and there's like a big old puddle of blood. And so she like turns all freaking ghost face, and she freaking throws me down on the bed and starts, because it's like right in my my groin area, like, you know. And so she's like sitting there pressing down hella hard, all tripping out. And I'm like tripping out. But so I saw my doctor. I ended up being all good. They, you know, it wasn't a big deal. But I saw my doctor, and I was like, "Hey man," he's like, "How's it going?" I was like, "Dude, that last surgery was a little wild." And I told him what happened. He's like, oh. I was like, "Yeah, I don't know, man." Um, and he's like, "Okay, yeah, well, yeah." So they were going in through my vein or my arteries or something to get to it, like right in my groin. The first and second surgery. First one was the right side. Second one, they went in on the left. I told them that stuff. So I got one more procedure done, third one. And right before I passed out, like I'm like laying on the table, like looking kind of upwards behind me. And I see this dude. I can't really show it on this, but he had like a 4-foot long wire, dude. That was the last thing I saw before I passed out. And they went in through like one of these sides on my neck, and they went in all the way down to my artery down there. I was so sore when I got home that like, because in my neck, that I was laying on the couch, and like to move my head, I had to grab my hair and freaking lift my head up and like move it with my arms, dude. It was, I didn't have anybody like really take care of me. That kind of sucked, but that was rough, dude. So that was like, yeah. He said I could probably have procedures done for the rest of my life. So it was a bit of a life changer. But I still ride motorcycles. I just know my limits. Try to. Yeah. A lot of people on the road doing nowadays. Gotta be careful. I think you're muted.
I most certainly am, and a lot of it was just ow, ow, ow. Yeah, you most certainly have been through a lot. Myself, my friend there, that's for sure. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
That was crazy.
Yeah. I, another kind of eerie similarity, though, and a eerie similarity. It's when my life changed as well, man. I actually fucking smart ass. People cut trees, man, and fucking a rowdy bunch, man. Say what it is, man. It's a special breed. It takes a special breed to climb up a fucking tree, cut your way down, or cut your way up and cut your way back down. Or just a fucking rope. You know what I mean? Just yeah, we got this. 5 dudes on a rope, just fucking hey, you got a complete control of a huge limb falling at you or whatever, saving a house. But man, it's a rough trade, and I had a bilateral hernia that took me out of the tree surgery there, and man, that was a weird part. That was it. It took me out of work for a long time, man. It took a long time I'm telling you nothing, man. There's a lot of weight restrictions there. I actually got that mesh that you see to this day. You know, you called it's a stainless steel. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. They told me pre-op. Oh, you're just gonna have a little incision on each side, and we're just gonna go in, take everything. I woke up, I had a smiley face from hip to hip. Fucking, it was way worse than we ever thought. 24 at the time. 24 at the time. Fucking
Dang.
full of fucking it. Young smart ass, and that's what it was. Fucking me and this fucking big cat would fucking I try to outlift each other all the time. And in this in particular day is ironwood. Big old hunks of ironwood. And the cat fucking big guy, he's probably about 6'2", 240, fucking struggling to put this fucking piece into the truck, and I had to come up and give him the up and over. Looked at it. It is what it is, you know. I'm like, you're a puss. You're a puss. You couldn't get that thing in the truck. Oh yeah, you think you could do it? Fuck yeah, motherfucker. I got right back in the truck. Bonk. And threw that bitch right back out of the truck. Rolled it out of the truck. I didn't. You know what I mean? And at this point, man, I'm fucking struggling. Everything to get that fucker back in the truck. Drop it. He's like, yeah, I thought so. This time, both of us are struggling to get it back into the truck. We actually needed a third to kind of up and over because that was, yeah, worked out badly. Worked out badly in the long run. But yeah, definitely a life changer there as well. Having that surgery, going through that time. Same, man. Everybody left. Everybody bolted in that period. And I actually, that's where my biggest memories and my pharmaceutical battle and my cannabis activism, even though I didn't know it then, starts. Because as I was released from the hospital, same thing, had to wait until I could use the bathroom, and then finally released, and then I'm laying on a couch by myself, no income, no nothing, losing it all, and fucking um, my mother, who was terribly addicted to pharmaceutical drugs, comes in, and as I'm laying there, incapacitated from breast surgery, her and her boyfriend come in and take all my pain medication, give me an I love you and walk out. That right there hurt so badly all the way around. You know what I mean? That was a huge,
Eye opener.
yeah, eye opener all the way, a life changer. life changer all the way around. I ended up having to sell my pain medication at that time to even get through that period. I did that. I lost everything at that time. That period was really rough. But I did. That's when I seen how bad uh, pharmaceutical drugs. I knew her other parts of the family, sisters, brothers of hers struggled with, pharmaceutical addiction in general. But I never really seen that bad. And I'm looking back, I remember other things, you know what I mean? That I never really clicked until I went through that experience and looked back through my childhood and seen oh yeah, this is fucked up. But and through that everything changed, I tried everything I could do to get her off of pharmaceutical drugs at that point. And it was a tough struggle, man. At that point, I had a daughter that was a year and a half, who, again, through this battle I had lost, you know what I mean, was luckily able to be back in my life. But once I did, I used B kind of as, you know, that thing, that light at the end of the tunnel to try to get it clean up. Uh, Man, that's a tough road there too, because and again, this is I it's a tough battle. I've seen people firsthand, as I'm saying, the ups and downs. She would get clean for a good period of time. I'd be like, okay, cool. Well, it's time to come see your granddaughter. You know what I mean? And then it would be that moment of celebration. Today's the day, and she would get sidelined on the way. You know what I mean? Kind of by the time she get there, it'd be back to square one. And through that battle of whatever, man, I'd lost a lot of valuable time. And so, thinking I was doing the right thing, that's hindsight and regrets are a bitch, but I wish I would have been there more for her instead of trying to, say you can't be a part of our lives until you're clean. Because I lost her in that process.
Yeah. She's
So,
she's passed on now.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, in the worst kind of way. The worst kind of way, to be honest with you. Oh god, same gentleman later on, probably about a year later, uh, them binging on pharmaceutical drugs. Her liver had shut down on her, and he tried to claim that it was just the flu or whatever. While she laid in bed for nearly a week with her liver shutting down and pumping toxins through her system, why her kidneys started to fail and she started to go brain dead. So yeah, oh man.
Sorry to hear, man. Yeah.
So
Yeah, my mom got diagnosed with stage 4, like pancreatic or cervical cancer. So we were able to spend like the last 6 months with her, and freaking, that was crazy. I was like, actually, like I told her, like, it's okay, you could take your last breath, and she like did, you know what I mean? And that was like, I was like 20, 27 at the time, and like, man, that was just crazy, crazy, crazy. And but before that, like she had I don't know if she suffered from like a lot of my family thought she suffered from like clinical depression or something like that, and that maybe she should have like went and got some meds or something like that to like even out her chemicals or something. And so oh yeah.
Oh, oh,
Yeah, but yeah, sorry, I lost it for a second. So but before all that, you know, before I even knew she was sick, I was with this one girl, and my mom needed a place to stay, and she just wanted to crash on the couch for, this is when I'm like, you know, all right, 21, 22, 23 years old or something around there. And big old badass, I'm thinking, you know, and freaking my mom's like, oh, I need, you know, need kind of a place to crash. And I was like, no, I'm with, you know, my girlfriend and this and that. And fucking what a jackass. I freaking, you know, didn't even help her out. And I always regret that. Shitty.
some parallels. I'm telling you, brother. I don't know
Yep.
what it is, but I see some parallels.
I try to get like,
48. 48. She was 48. So I heard you say they were like 50, you know, just over 50 when you lost both of your parents.
yep. And like I tried to like she did like two, I think like two chemo treatments, and they like, she was like a small lady anyways, you know, like 110 pounds, you know, before she was like diagnosed and stuff, but she's just always small. And but so she did like two chemo treatments, and then I tried to give her some um excuse me, some like edibles or something, and she didn't really like, she ended up just wanting to go like she didn't want to have any adult, you know, she just wanted to like feel it, I guess, you know, and she was like, she knew it was coming, I guess, too, at that point, you know what I mean? Because it was, I mean, she went pretty quick, so, but yeah, so
Sorry to hear that, bro. It's tough to sit back and watch, especially
yeah,
things we can't handle, man. That makes it even tougher.
yeah, that was hard too, because like she, you know, it was like right at the towards the end too, is like she didn't want to eat, or couldn't really eat, and just had no app, like everything, you know what I mean, like her body was just shutting down. But yeah, some nasty stuff, freaking stuff. but but yeah. Mm.
Yeah, that's, you know, again, I really believe in the power of cannabis all the way through. You know, I think there's been a lot of lives lost, especially in, at least in my life, from the medical pharmaceutical drugs. Yeah, a lot of good people have lost through it, both from just bad circumstances that have taken it to check out, you know what I mean, get through the day sadly. Or there's just people that, great people that start out from injuries and get caught up in a nasty loop of deception and not knowing how to wean themselves correctly off of, you know, that type of medicine. But
Yeah,
and then just in general medicine, doctors don't necessarily. It's another thing I talk about all the time. Why don't we view our health like we do our plants? You know what I mean? We look at our plants, we diagnose it. Oh, you need nitrogen, you need this, you need that. You don't. We don't necessarily throw a fucking just a pill at it. No, no, we give it what it needs, and that's where our healthcare should be. We should be properly diagnosed to see what we're deficient in, what we need. Yeah, here we go. Here's some vitamins. Here's some healthy foods. Come back in a week. How's that feeling? Yeah, you know what I mean. But with just pharmaceutical right from the get. And if that fails, maybe you're lucky enough to find a doctor that really gives a shit. But most of the time, it's a quick fix.
Yeah, I tell anybody that deals with doctors, like, you're the only you're the only person that cares about your health as much as anybody. Like, you know, you got to be so super proactive. Like, like 5 doctors it took me. The first 4, one of them, I looked outside his little window in his office, and I was like, so I could have like a stroke when I leave your office by the time I hit that sidewalk right there. And he's like, yep. I'm like, and there's nothing you can do. And he's like, nope. I'm like, man, this is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's a doctor's say so. You know what I mean? I was like, psh. But my sister helped a lot with that too. She, kept me going to the appointments and help call doctors and stuff like that. So that was cool. Because it takes, yeah, you got it. I mean, it takes a lot of work, man. Yeah. Yeah.
So, gotta, what has been your best cannabis story so far? What has been some cannabis highs? Have you had a in particular patient that you've seen, cannabis kind of turn around, or somebody that necessarily wasn't so optimistic to cannabis that you've seen that today has changed their mind?
Um, uh, there's been people that, um, I mean, like, it's like got to be in our blood, like ancestrally or something. And like to have it as like a missing link, you know, it's going to be off. Maybe for some people, it's even worse. So without saying names and stuff, like I've helped people and stuff that, nothing like doctor doctor diagnosed. When I had that hemp, it was pretty cool. I had one guy say that he had to take migraine medication, and that Bubba, when he smoked that, he said he didn't have to take his migraine medication. I thought that was pretty pretty big and pretty cool. I mean, you know, a lot easier to take a couple puffs or eat a little, snack with with some CBD in it than having to take a pill, and stay like connected to some pharmacy or something. Um, that was a good one. Um, and then like yeah, with like cannabis, like just kind of being able to keep people sane. Yeah, no like big um hero stories or anything. uh
So, what did you get any of that hemp tested from that crop there? What were some of them, as far as like terpene profiles or CBD levels? What was the crop like that year? It was a beautiful crop, man. Again, man, looking over them fields, hemp or not, man, that's a beautiful sight.
yeah, I know the Bubba and the Nueve come in like right around the, the same CBD level, total CBD. uh I know it was like, I think it was like right around 12.5% CBD. I think it's like 12.49 or something maybe. um and the Nueve I think was I don't know. I'd have to look. I do have I'll do that one of these times. I'm sure this isn't the last time I'll see you. So I'll get you some results. But I know the bubble was up in there in in like the 12%. And then I don't think I did a terpene test, to be honest, because I think that was like even extra money, and every penny counted. You know what I mean? It's like unless you have a prospective buyer that wants to know, it's like, why? Yeah, it's just, yeah, it was quite the venture, not really knowing what I got myself into with that. You know what I mean? But which one's first, the chicken or the egg? So do you pay for some elaborate test to show all the properties if the buyer is not going to even request that, or and save yourself money, or so it's just like a whole different industry. But yeah, I'll try to find those numbers. I know I have some emails or something, or I know I have like hard copies too. And I'll share those numbers with you.
So I've kind of heard a lot of the CBD and the hemp side of things lean towards like a cherry profile, terp profile. Is that kind of what terp profiles did you end up with the ones you were more of a wider range than a cherry?
Yeah, it's that Bubba was like more like a piney type of, like, yeah, kind of like a piney, cushy, I would say. And that Nueve was like I wouldn't say, it was kind of like more like a creamy, if anything, but yeah, no, I don't know. There's a lot of let's see. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right about the cherries. There's like I can't think, the cherry blossom or something. There is a lot of or a few cherry strains that have been in the hemp thing. I think like it's like weird with hemp, kind of like I was talking about earlier, like with like the primary colors of cannabis or primary cultivars, and then like where your what I'm talking about, like you have your primary colors, secondary colors, and tertiary colors and stuff. That, right? So like if you mix two primary colors, you got like a secondary color. So if you have like your primary cultivars and you keep on mixing, you got hybrids and your secondaries and tertiaries. But sorry, what was I saying? So with the hemp, like the ones that like so you have to work with all like stuff that's has a certificate of analysis, a COA. So it has to come from like a legit provider, producer, supplier, whatever you want to call it. And so I think they only had like a few different kinds actually like registered, for like common use and widespread use or something at this point, because it's all like, I mean, when was I think the hemp bill was passed in 2018 or something, maybe. There might have been a couple people doing it a little bit before that, but I think it was somewhere around there. So it was all really, maybe it was 2015. One state had legalized hemp for growing, but I don't know. 2018 it became more widespread, and I did it like in 2020. Yeah. So it's all like a new thing. Sorry, I'm kind of going out there, but yeah, I can't think. I have like more paperwork and stuff. I have a tendency for like when things even though I did get some good experiences out of it, but I don't hold on to negative stuff. So a lot of stuff I can very easily let go. That, and
Understandable.
it's not even necessarily that either. Like, my head seems kind of like a multi-filing cabinet, you know. So like if I'm like thinking about one thing, it's like I'm kind of on that track, and so I don't know, kind of bouncing around a lot, trying to kind of just get a general of everything, you know what I mean? But yeah, sometimes it's hard for me to bounce back and forth, you know, like to go to another file cabinet, so to say, you know.
So do you think there'd be a good hemp market or a hemp flower market rather? You know what I mean? It's kind of disheartening to see how like a lot of that CBD, the craze kind of really fell to the side a little bit. You know what I mean? That's the recreational again stepping in pretty soon. I kind of said I've said this a lot lately with the priority target. You're gonna see again a cookie shirt, just like a these commercials you see now for your medicine for anxiety. It's gonna be as this is right for you, and it's not gonna be right for you. It's gonna be money again pushing, guiding things around, and it's gonna be sad. I've seen states that are recreational now, I'm sorry, medical only and oil only, basically, that started and didn't even have license. They at Georgia allowed 6 licensing to grow, hemp for CBD. No takers, no fucking takers. They had to outsource their oil, and then they supplies for the outsource would dwindle because the market was keep getting smaller and smaller. You know what I mean? The profitability is in recreational cannabis. And so, do you think that there would be flower, or do you think that it'll kind of go from flower to more uh, industrial hemp? You know what I mean? Just more uses for plastics, clothing, shit like that.
Yeah, I think like a lot of those other textile uses or whatever. I think there's definitely car companies that are already starting to use it in their interiors and stuff like that. Uh, it's that was like another thing. It's like it's all weird about um calling it medicine or being able to, because like I had a local uh brewery that we were going to try to put my hemp into a brew somehow, and they were going to let me label it with my farm's name and come up with my own brand, whatever, and real cool people and stuff like that. But you can't go putting, like, I don't know, like, I need to, like, I should have talked to like an attorney and kind of would have told me what my options were more or something. But even you talk to those guys and they're not going to give you that might sound arrogant, but I've had friends that paid for attorneys and they still can't give you like 100% yes and no's. They're still like, you know, so, uh, so like, it's all weird, like with the, food and, yeah, you can't just go put it into foods, or you can't like, I don't know. It was just really weird, but I do think that there's going to be, there's a lot of money in that, like Harris beef, Harris Ranch beef. Have you heard of them? There's Harris Ranch out there. There's like a Harris Ranch beef.
Could be. It could
Okay,
be. I
it's
don't
like
want to say no and be wrong, but it could be.
It's a big beef company in the West, and I went to like a hemp convention, and they had they had one of their guys from Harris Ranch there, and they were growing, was it 200 or 300 acres or something of hemp that year, and they were trying to get a deal with some cosmetic company. So there's tons of money in the CBD market. Even like as far as this like smokable flower, it's like you almost have to pick that stuff when it's kind of premature to hit the right, because you're only allowed a 1/3 of 1%, so 0.30. If it's anything over that, then it's hot and it's illegal. You just grew cannabis, not hemp, you know. So as far as like letting a good flower ripen and this and that, well, you can no longer sell it as smokable hemp because it's not. So finding like the right variety and stuff, it could be done. And I've seen like there's some guys doing like some indoor hemp that freaking looks crazy, like a chocolate, some kind of like chocolate strain or something. I'd have to look it up, but yeah. But I don't know why it's all weird, like especially like with the food stuff, like putting it into food. Like I think it would take off a lot better, and like a lot of these farmers all got into growing it. But it's like there's, I don't know. Like right now, it's just I know there's still people producing it, and like I don't know, see labs still working on that stuff. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know too much where the market's at right now, but I think one day they're going to want to be putting it back. I think they're passing a bill. I think it's actually like illegal for sure. It's probably illegal, or maybe not. I don't know. But to feed your livestock hemp right now, or has it been in the past? Because I know they say they used to, and that's how it got into our systems. You know, by us eating that meat and them eating it. So I mean, there's always like a market there for grain or for food, just like livestock food. I mean, yeah, there's so many uses, and it'll eventually be used for all of those purposes, but probably who knows who will be doing it. I think a lot of people jumped in the beginning when it first became legal because they're all looking for something to do, and that too many people did it, and there's thousands of acres out there. If not, I think like America, like within a couple years, had like a couple 100,000 acres of hemp growing in it. Compared to 5 years before, it had nothing. And so the market didn't know what to do, and so I think that's kind of like maybe kind of plateaued off now. Like a lot of people got out of it, and maybe it kind of got a little stronger in ways if you have a market for it or something. But yeah, there's definitely uses for it, definitely medical uses. They could raise the level of CBD that's acceptable, and that would help. I mean, THC that's acceptable, and that would help a lot. Even to like a 0.5% or like 1% would like open up. You could be able to do that more smokable flowers and more mature plants and stuff, because staying under that a third 1% is pretty hard.
I can only imagine that. That's a fine line of time right there. Seems like harvesting on the early side is on your favor, but harvesting on the early side, you lose more weight. The one thing you're after, you know what I mean? So it's a double-edged
Yep.
sword.
And your CBD levels too are going to be, my buddy grew the same strains and he had like tests come back at like his were only like at like 5 or 6%. You know what I mean? Way, way worse than mine. So I don't know if he might have picked early or something. I don't know. Yeah, so it's and that's what I got into it too, bro. Like try to grow anyways. Smokable flowers. Wasn't really looking to grow just biomass in particular. But
At one point, I worried about a lot of things like it changing just the whole scale of things. Farmers wanting to change their farm over to cannabis in a lot of ways. Quit growing the veggies and start growing the cannabis. But as the market's pretty kind of up and down, I don't see that a lot happening. In some cases, I think they're better off growing the veggies and the fruits than they would be trying to do a large scale cannabis. The other thing at one point I kind of worried about was the difference in like a more of an environmental impact, not necessarily from nutrients and runoff, but just the larger scale of things. As you got farm fields, corn, wheat, and shit, fucking you have animals that graze those fields and fucking eat off it as well and get by, just a natural cycle of things. You start Xing out all these fields of corn and shit, and you replace it with cannabis, something that they may not be so friendly with. Could have some huge environmental impacts that we've never considered as well. You know what I mean? I think we're pushing forward at alarming rate. We're not necessarily doing it for the right reason. Same shit that we've talked about a lot tonight. Money, money, money. That's another thing I kind of talk about a lot too. Is man, I kind of mentioned that you still hear of research being done and stuff. I agree with you. There's still research being done. There's still being tested being done. But the sad fact of the matter, well, at least that one medical side of things, is numbers generate funding. You know what I mean? As the medical cards cease and the people that raising their hands, hey, I use cannabis for this, dwindles because they no longer have to pull that card and raise their hand because they can just go to the store and get their cookies. You know what I mean? That's that limits the funding for the research. You know what I mean? Now you had a million people with this ailment that were using cannabis. Now you got 50,000, and now it's more of a was it really working or did they just want to get high? And now they're scrounging for a little bit more funding. That's kind of it's happening, but not nearly like they had the push in the beginning of this. People were bright eyed, bushy tail. Sad though, as you said earlier, when I asked you about your testing with your hemp, the picks and shovels guys. You know what I mean? Them guys should be just as bright-eyed, bushy-tailed to see what we're pulling out of it too. Yeah, we've never seen this before. The scientists, the cutting edge of it all. And that didn't last either. It was all like, oh, they need this shit. Well, let them growers. Yeah, everybody thinks that growers, killing it and shit. But along the way, it's picks and shovels, and them guys are just it's sad.
yeah, and I always heard that theory with like the gold rush. The picks and shovels guys were the ones that struck it rich. So like that was like the grow stores like, man, maybe I'll make a little bit of money off people growing, but gold rush, the green rush was over, man. Yeah, no, it's just not enough people in my community. It's like a retirement community. A lot of people come up here that are retired, and they just come up here to live like a retired life. And there's like a lake around that, you know, people come and vacation, and it's just like a little resort town, you know, hour away from a national park. And but
I, I'd never seen a niche until it's amazing the ideas and the way they come from. I was listening in at a cannabis college show basically the other day, and this sweet old lady was like, "Why can't we have cannabis gardeners just like I have somebody come over and mow my lawn?" And I was like, that's going to be a recreational. If anything fun comes out of recreational, that's going to be a fun job. And how fun would that be to like when it becomes like posh kind of thing, you know what I mean? To where you're just dropping off already pretty well established trees, and they're like even stopping by, and they just stop, through and like, ooh, look at my cannabis plant, you know what I mean? Same thing, gardeners doing all the work, but that's a neat. Somebody's got to do it, and that would be a fun job.
yeah, to be in the pole boy or the cannabis guy. Heck yeah. Go take care of the hedges.
Yeah. There's ways that we could stay in somehow. I think there's for the entrepreneur, of the cannabis world. I think there'll be ways. Hopefully, it will even out to where we can get back to like a cannabis market and shit like that. I think that farmers market, wouldn't that be cool? To where like Sundays in the park and shit, you know what I mean? The local law enforcement's like, yeah, that end of the park smells like that every Saturday and Sunday. It's like, you know what I mean? But just have all the people hanging out there selling their goods like they would fruits and vegetables.
Have you seen like
Awesome.
supposedly? Yeah, it'd be awesome. Have you seen like supposedly what's happening like in I think it's New York, because they legalized and these people are just setting up little pop-up shops like right in the middle of the park and stuff, and they're like not getting cracked, I don't think. Yeah, it's like I don't know what's going on exactly, but it's, which is really good because a lot of people were getting like their whole life messed with for like a gram of weed, you know what I mean? And their whole record's gone to heck and freaking, so it's good that hopefully it won't be ruining people's lives just to have a couple joints on them over there, you know what I mean? Especially state to state, it's so crazy. It's like in a state, you could be like the complete outlaw in one state, but if you go over to another state, you're saving someone's life or their kid's life.
All in a tank of gas.
Yeah, it's been a rough one to figure out, but it's how it is, But yeah, I think you're right about the whole rec aspect, and then like as far as like research funding and stuff like that, that's a good way, for them to steer around it. Because it's totally true. Like now it's just recreational. Now it's not a thing, and now, I like to use cannabis so I don't have to go to the doctor. So obviously, if I use cannabis, I'm not going to the doctor to tell them,
True that. You know, that's another experience I've had too. Is my stains on pharmaceutical medicine. I'm not big on. I'm not big on doctors. Not either. You know, I'm right there with you. If I could sit home and power through it with a cream, salve, or a doobie, you know what I mean? I would much rather be there. But when you go into an ER and fucking you're like, yeah, they're like, hey, let's give you that medicine. You're like, no, let's fucking find out what's going wrong. Am I fucking is this gonna need to be fixed or can I walk away right now and be cool? That's all I want to know. I don't want your script or I don't want a fucking shot. Just an X-ray. An X-ray. I want to make sure nothing's broke. And they look at you at that. What you don't want? You don't want the medicine. And at that point, in my experience anyway, they kind of like, all right, that's the when they kind of like go check on somebody else and yeah, kind of, yeah, it's sad.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Medical system's crazy. And I'm that way too. I really won't go until it's that bad. Really, I mean, if it's, I need to know if it's broke. If it's questionable or something like that, I can't stitch it up or glue it shut,
Yeah.
which I've been known to do. So yeah.
I mean, I've
Oh,
had
no.
I passed, like I said, with stupid stuff, but like now and like for past long time, like I don't like to take even like Tylenols and all that stuff. Like I'd rather just, not, I'd rather not hide the pain. I'll just get through it. If I can't, then I'll take care of it by going to the doctor or something, chiropractor somewhere, whatever, whatever it is. But yeah, yeah.
So I see them still talking in chat a little bit about, excuse me, about the CBD. You know, I honestly, when I said that, I mean that. I think there was, same thing. CBD came through, strong and fast, and then we started seeing a lot of this like overseas, CBD oil that had been already stripped of a lot of the shit that was good in the oil. And the fad went, yeah, it didn't work for me. Didn't work for me. Or they weren't brave enough to have just a little THC in it, as the THC is a binder. You know what I mean? CBD will pass very clean through that barrier and not stay in your system that way. But if you mix it with a little bit of THC, it will stay and hang out and work in your system a little bit longer. But I think, again, I think it was because of a lot of the gas station availability of the CBD and shit like that you know really took a lot of the demand or focus off it. Just a lot of people just went, it didn't work for me.
Yeah. Uh, I think it'd be cool just to definitely keep on moving forward with it. Um, yeah, just um, if you could keep your overhead low, unless you had like unless you were growing under contract or something, to where you could produce and have a set amount automatically, people taking it and stuff like that. It's just like it was a lot for me to navigate, um, trying to figure out processors and because they can take out I think they can take out the what be D8. I think it's D8 or something. They can like take that out of the CBD stuff. And so like if you have like a level that's too high, wouldn't you be able to take it out? I don't know. Like I never really, was able to do the whole processing thing. And then, but they did like just make the rules a little bit better for the hemp farmers, to where you're able to like, if you fail a test, you're able to throw a little bit more plant material in the in the next test and try it again. So meaning like you could like chop up stems and leaves and throw it in so that your stuff doesn't come out as strong. So that helps the farmer, but I mean, how does that help the farmer ultimately? Like, so it passed freaking lab tests and stuff, but if you have a barn full of stuff that's testing hot, ultimately you have stuff that's hot, right? I mean, so it's like a weird position it freaking puts you in, you know what I mean? Like you're trying to like, you went and got a license, and you're freaking most likely got a business license, and maybe spent however much it is, $800 or something, to get like a LLC so that you can kind of protect yourself a little bit or something, and have your bookkeeping a little bit in order. And yeah, so I don't know. Definitely takes a team. It'd be really nice if we had a team.
Definitely bit off a large portion of work just for yourself there. I was just joking with Chad there. Funny stoner in me, in knowing that you've had the bear experience, made me want to yell bear.
It's been pretty quiet back here so far, so I think we're good.
It was pretty funny though. I heard that shit. There probably was something out there. That was a pretty good bang, man. I've never dealt with a bear firsthand, but that was one of the things that I was literally on like a morning stoner drive, if you will, because I was definitely partaking on the drive, right? And then I fucking listened to the local radio station because I ain't been this far up my whole life. I come from way further down the state, a couple 100 miles. Bear down there probably isn't a problem. I don't know. You know what I mean? So I'm like cruising along. It's like springtime, and I hear like a PSA on the radio. Careful, keep your eye open. The bears are waking up, and I'm like, huh? Wait a minute. That's that's a possibility. Wait a minute. Really? I never, you know what I mean? It was yeah, I didn't expect that on my morning cruise, or never heard it. You know what I mean? It was, I never thought it could happen, but I didn't think, thank goodness it hasn't happened yet.
I think it was like a year or two ago up in Northern California. I think like a bear fell out of like the top of a tree right onto like a passing cop car or something crazy like that. Like landed right on his hood or the top of his car or something crazy. But I had the so the bear I had here last night, maybe tonight, but definitely last night I saw it. Yeah, like I said, it's just like a, no more than a year old, I would say, from its size. And but it's cool because like probably its mom was like the same deal. Like 5 years ago, I remember seeing a little baby cub that was my neighbor's dogs had up a tree. They had treed it, and so that thing it's cool to see like a healthy bear population. As much as like you don't really want them, yeah, too close to the yard. You know, I've opened my front door and had one like 6 feet away, 5 feet away from me before, and like I slowly shut my door and dead bolted it. Like that made a difference or whatever. But it just kind of surprised me. Yeah, wasn't expecting it. But so yeah, I don't really want them that close to the house, but I was happy to see that we have like a healthy bear population and like that are having offspring and all that, you know, because we're in a pretty bad, you know, drought here and stuff like that. So it's definitely harsher on the wildlife and stuff like that. So, you know, but yeah, it's always been a dream of mine to like pet a bear. I probably won't. Yeah, I won't, but you know.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that a couple nights ago on the in the Week Nerd World, rather. The documentaries of that cat that died. I'm pretty sure it was Yosemite. Him and I think it was his girlfriend going fucking bears all the time. And he was grew up, you know, spent his whole life documenting, filming, and way too comfortable. I'm like, yeah, nah, that's a wild animal at any time. You're in there, especially you're in their domain. It's not like they're in your yard, you're fucking training and feeding them. You're out in the wild. You're out there in their fucking playground. Ain't no fucking way.
Yeah, exactly. I would never do it to like a wild one, but maybe if it was one that had been like raised in captivity and I had opportunity to pet it, definitely. But yeah, that one dude got eaten. That was like, yeah, living with the bears and all that. Him, if you heard about that, not around here. I think that was in another state or something, maybe Alaska or something. But they found like his camera with like the last parts of them alive or something. Yeah, it's crazy. But before I moved into the house I'm at, I was driving like on the highway right before the road I'm on at night, and I freaking seen this. It sounds weird, but it looked like a human being, like a naked human being with a tail running across the highway, and it looked right at me as I was like driving by it, and freaked me out. And I was like, I will never live up on that mountain. And I swear, within like 6 months, the house came available, and I freaking was living up here. But it's probably just a mountain lion. But it looked crazy at night for some reason, I think. But who knows, man? It could have been some crazy stuff. There's a lot of forest around me. Sasquatch.
Yeah, in the middle of some a lot of forests as well, man. And yeah, I've had some weird experiences. There's some nights where I don't even think about going outdoors at night. To be honest with you, it gets so just dark up here to where you can't see your hand in front of your face, and to me, that's a little eerie. I've had times where I've been out there, it had to be out there, and you just get that like feeling run up your back. You know, I'm either being watched or there's a spirit around or something. And I've actually had, when I first moved up here, I had experience with wildlife. Turned out to be deer, man. I always lived out in the country, and I don't have. Again, this is when you say what you will kind of moments. I have no qualms on if middle of the night if I have to use the restroom versus going in the house and waking somebody up. But I'll go outdoors, whatever. Safe. But when I first moved up here, man, I took a couple steps, kind of like you said, man. Go out there. I actually heard a snore. It was so close, I could feel it on my neck, and I was like, I just kind of like, I didn't even like zip up. I like just like took 6 steps back. Fuck that shit. I don't know what that was, but I don't want to find out. I kind of flipped out of light, didn't see nothing. And it happened like several days in a row. So I started kind of like going out there with a flashlight, trying to, I mean, and it turned out to be a big old bug that was hanging around snoring at me and shit. I was like, okay. I'm at least flipping out a light before I venture out. None of these, no more just wandering out in the pitch dark. One time it was so dark, man, I walked right into my truck. I literally couldn't see the truck in front of me. It's that dark. Wham.
Yeah. Think about surprising the animal like that, man. You creeping around outside and freaking walk into each other. Whew.
Yeah, I'm good on being mauled. I'd be the guy in my neighborhood that ran down the road with like a fucking hunting knife and shit, jogging. You motherfuckers. I know there's shit out here. I drive down the roads. I see a lot of shit just driving down the roads, man. Foxes and all kinds of weird shit driving through.
Yeah.
Nah, I wouldn't jog down here. I'd get me a jogging a treadmill before I'd probably just run straight down my road.
Yeah, you take it for granted until like because I'll be outside my yard when it's dark and stuff and not thinking about it. And then like but when I know there's a bear around outside, yeah, I'm a totally different person. You know what I mean? I'm like, if I go outside, it's gonna be with the flashlight, but a lot of times it's like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bushes and I mean like spots for a bear to hide. So I'm not like outside working necessarily like I would in the daytime when I know that bear's around. But I almost take it for granted sometimes is what I'm saying. Yeah, because I don't know for sure when he's around, you know what I mean? He can come down off the mountain anytime he freaking wants. Shoot. So yeah.
My friend, I don't know, even though we're close, I don't know if I can milk it out that 20 minutes. But I've had a lot of fun hanging out, my friend. This has been a pleasure and a great story, man. Hopefully you know how this thing works around here. Now that you've hung out with me, uh, that Zoom link that I sent you this evening is the same Zoom link that will be good for you for the Weed Nerd World. Uh, and that hopefully, as you know, you come and go now as you please in the Weed Nerd World. Whenever you see Weed Nerd World in the title, free game for past guests. I'm sure there's other people that like myself that would like a second chance of having a good conversation with you. Their first chance, maybe. My second chance or more. You know what I mean? And we like new perspectives as well. So hopefully you will kind of come and hang out. Monday nights is a guaranteed. We Nerd World. The other ways they work is in case the guest doesn't kind of walk us down to this point. If you would have only went an hour or so, I would have shut things down and said my adieus and then turned around and fired up the Weed Nerd World to kind of finish out the night. So they're sporadic, but anytime you see happen to tune into the channel and you see Weed Nerd World in the title, you are forever now invited. So you just gotta want to come hang out, grab your tray, come fucking hang out. We ain't gotta talk all serious, a lot of times we just having fun. A lot of times we are talking grow, but sometimes we talk a little bit of fun stuff, a little bit of life, a little bit of life, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. can't all be cannabis, can it?
No. Well,
we are people.
I was gonna joke around with you earlier and send you a message and say, "Oh, I got to cancel, man." But
Oh, God, thank
I didn't.
goodness you did. Especially the one I've gotten so far since all the cancellations. Smiley had to step in and take care of. I was, man, earlier tonight when we first got going, man, I'm not gonna lie, man, the internet on my end was pretty bad. And I was catching about every fourth word. And I was over here just saying a prayer the whole time, just kind of let it just even out. Please, please, please let me make it through this night, man. I just want, you know what I mean? So thank you. And I'm grateful for your time and hanging out with me and buying myself another night. People in chat another night of hanging out. It means a lot to both of us, all of us, that we get to do this another night. So
Yeah, man.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing you more often. Hopefully, you participate a little more often. Like I said, it's always fun to see new faces and new perspectives. One other thing before we go is a silly thing I like to call the soundbite. At some point, it will be a commercial for your episode. Kind of a look back. So basically, what I'm looking for, my version of the soundbite would be something like, "Hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 659." You put whatever you want before or after that. It is your soundbite, as long as it kind of says that. As long as they know where to look, you know what I mean, for to find your episode. That's all I'm basically like. Yeah.
Hey, this is Colt's Mountain. Colton here on fucking talking shit with Eagle, and it's been really nice getting on here finally, and I look forward to being a part of the scene. So hope everybody has a bountiful harvest and some good health.
Right on, right on. And it has been a pleasure, my friend, getting to know you this evening. I know you seemed to kind of slightly a little nervous before the show, but man, when we hit it, you hit the ground running, my friend, and made it quite easy for me. And a pleasure.
Yeah, so sorry to talk your ear off.
No, I love them nights. I do. And it was a good story, man. It was quite easy to sit back and listen tonight. So thank you for a genuinely a great story, an awesome, well, I can't say an awesome journey because I didn't live it. It sounded like there was their ups and downs there, but for the most part, man, it was a good story to listen to. So we are looking forward to hearing more and seeing you more.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, doesn't kill it.
any shout outs? Anybody you'd like to thank before you we part ways tonight?
Not in particular at the moment, but
Right.
thank you and thank the audience or the chat for taking the time. But yeah, but definitely would like to thank you. But yeah, that's it for tonight.
Still 71 watching right now, so they enjoyed your story as well. So those you guys still watching, thank you guys very much for tuning in and hanging out this evening. No Weed Nerd World tonight. We made the mark. We hit the mark, guys. So we'll see you tomorrow, 11:30. I believe it is the fire department. 420 will be my guest tomorrow night. So for those you guys, the rest of you guys, don't forget the most important part. Do not forget to help somebody out. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Don't forget to help. You know what I mean? Do something nice for somebody. Thank you again, Colton, for being an amazing guest and a fun person to talk to this evening. Much respect. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Good night, my friend.